Vikings fans, you guys better be rocking with us, climbing the pocket all draft weekend long. Now, I'm so excited because I'm feeling really good. I think there's going to be a lot of action this draft for my Vikings, and here's what I'm holding. Check this out. Game worn, one of my prized possessions. I'm hoping we can get another 84 in this draft. What you guys think? Let me know. I'm so excited. SKOL Vikings. I'm so excited to see you guys back in the stadium this year. Big shout out again to Climbing the Pocket. I'm DJ Ski and SKOL.
This is epicness, glorious, undefeated, victorious, courage, audacity, the prey and the warriors, boldness, great, the brave hearts, guts. 10,000 hours mixed with a little luck. We are fearless, audacious, humble, patient, opposite of complacent. Your bets here are the safest.
What's up, Climbing the Pocket? This your boy Jake Reed, former Minnesota Viking. 3 deep, baby. Hey, I'm inviting all fans out to a live draft coverage with Climbing the Pocket. Hey, we need you guys, need your support. Let's get out there, let's cheer them on so we can pick the right guy this year. So we can have a great season in this 2021 season. Hey man, let's get out there, let's support them, let's cheer them on. Climbing the Pocket. I know you guys gonna do a great job, baby. I wish I was there with you guys. Wish I could hang out with you. Hey, we're gonna have some high profile people out there. Gonna do some great coverage. Great media people. Hey man, we need you guys. Let's root the Vikings on with Climbing the Pocket so we can get going this year. Hey, SKOR Vikings. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ow.
Let's get it on with your Minnesota Vikings coverage on Climbing the Pocket. SKOL. Hey everybody, it's Dave here, and guess what? We are about to start this show. And with me tonight is Tyler Fornes, the author of Tyler's Top 5. Are you ready for tonight, Tyler?
Oh my gosh, Dave, I have been ready for this for months. I was just getting all the buzz out, letting everybody know that we are ready to rock and roll. Let me tell you, this is a much different draft experience than we've been used to. The lack of prospects in this class, the uncertainty about medicals. Like last year there was a combine. This year there was no combine. There's a medical combine, and teams were reportedly very unhappy with it. And now, just 4 hours ago, Aaron Rodgers hates the Packers.
Yes.
Welcome aboard, Aaron.
Hold on. There's the tweet. Trey Wingo. Packers reportedly told Aaron Rodgers they were going to trade him. Then they backed off. That's called stabbing in the back. And since then, they've met with him, and he's told the team, no trade. I'm not coming back. So it doesn't matter. Buckle up, folks. It's absolutely wonderful. That just moved your Vikings up in percentages chance to win the NFC North.
Yes, it did. And I'll tell you, there's been a lot of buzz streaming around the Twitter sphere coming out of a radio station in Denver that the Broncos and Packers are having active talks right now. And noted insider Benjamin Albright from Pro Football Network works for the radio station as well. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of buzz coming there. It's to be noted that he prefers the West Coast. He's a California kid.
Yeah, he wants California.
But his fiance lives in Boulder, which is about, I believe, Dave, it's like, a half hour from Denver?
It's just north. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's actually real nice.
Look.
Aaron
Rodgers could be out of division tonight.
Yes. And then he could be here with Teddy as his backup. That's a hell of a pair.
It is a hell of a pair. But we are just 20 minutes away from the fun, Dave. And
yes.
We know the first pick, Trevor Lawrence. That's been pretty much decided since,
not official
January
yet.
of 2020.
Nobody's booed Goodell yet.
Yeah, I know nobody's booed Goodell yet. But Zach Wilson feels like a lock to go number 2. Like, you can almost write that in ink. And number 3 is where all the fun begins.
Yes.
Because that is the Mac Jones spot. And that also could mean the Aaron Rodgers spot, because
What's up, Ian?
it is fair to say that Aaron Rodgers really wants to be in California, and he grew up a 49ers fan, if I remember correctly.
And there was
Grew
also
up in the Bay
rumors
Area.
that San Francisco was talking with the Packers as well.
Yep, there was. It was reported by PA on the radio this morning, and it was confirmed by multiple other sources. Now, PA is an incredible guy. He is very well plugged in, but he's not known as kind of one of those insiders. He was proven 100% right today, and they offered a trade. And before talks get really formal, Green Bay categorically shot them down. With all this breaking today, things could change really
Hey there,
rapidly.
Conrad.
Because at the end of the day, if the Packers don't make a move, Dave, they could lose him to jeopardy and get absolutely nothing. And that is a doomsday scenario for Packers and their fans. To lose Rodgers while he's still playing at his peak for nothing. And he's just gone.
It would break my heart. It is going to be interesting, and we should see. It's going to be interesting how many trades we see tonight, because with the 5 quarterbacks on the board, plus now Aaron Rodgers in play, possibly in play, there could be numerous trades to get up and away. Wow.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Dave. This draft is so unpredictable outside of the top 2, because depending on what the 49ers do, everything's gonna flow. And like, what do the Falcons do? Do they take a quarterback? And then you got the Bengals, who will not trade down. They never trade down. And then from there,
But it's possible. They're the least likely to trade down.
Literally, Dave. The Bengals don't trade down. They haven't traded down in like 2 decades. Like, we're talking, it might have been since the 80s. Like, I'm being serious. They're not going to move. They're going to take Sewell or Chase, in my personal opinion. And it's an opinion kind of shared across the board. And then the Broncos, do they stay? Do they get Aaron Rodgers? We kind of already talked about that. Do they make that move up to get Fields or Lance? Like, there are a lot of different possibilities here today.
And Ian's talked about if they get Rodgers, Peyton will become a hero in his first season. I could tell you, living in Denver, that the locals do like what Peyton is doing so far. And they're looking forward to tonight very much.
See, I'm really interested to see what Peyton does, because we all know that with the Minnesota Vikings, they have subscribed to the theory of you build a team and you plug in a quarterback for pretty much my entire life, Dave. Outside of Dante Culpepper, you really haven't had a guy you could consider a franchise quarterback since Fran Tarkenton. And we're talking 43 years. George Payton was here for a long time, served as assistant GM for, I believe, the entire tenure of Rick Spielman's duration as the general manager in Minnesota. So when you kind of have all these things, you have these things ingrained into a front office individual, are we going to be able to categorically say that he's going to buck the trend? Will not be convinced that he is going to buck the trend of a franchise quarterback is a necessity until he goes and gets one. Because they have a complete team. That is a really good quarterback away from being a Super Bowl contender. If you put Aaron Rodgers on that team, you could pencil them into the AFC Championship game right now. Like, that's where they're at.
Play in a tough division.
They do, but you're
City's in there.
You're talking, they already have a really good offensive line with a returning piece and Jawan James coming back. They have a good backfield. They have a fantastic core of weapons. 2 great pass rushers, a really good interior. They're probably a linebacker away from having a top 3 complete defense in the National Football League, which is why Micah Parsons has been mocked to them so often in this process. Like, there's a lot of different elements here. And until they make an aggressive move for a quarterback, I'm going to be under the assumption that George Payton wants to build a team and not put all the eggs in the quarterback basket.
Could be. Now, as we introduced you, I said you did your top 5. But you also ranked all your players on your big board. And I wanted to show everybody what Tyler's big board looks like. Here we have the top 50. I didn't want to put more than 50 on one screen at a time. This is hard enough to read. But, and you can hear my office mate barking.
Merlin.
And there's the top 50. And here is the bottom 43. So we will probably, Merlin, we'll probably reference this quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. Merlin, come here.
Hey, Dave, while you calm down Merlin, I want to tell everybody, hey, Ian, yes, Teddy was a move that gets you at least a guy capable in the building. He's only going to be paid $3 million. You have zero commitment to him outside of that. That's not really stating anything. But I'll say this. Ben Albright, who I mentioned earlier, the Pro Football Network insider, Mark Schlereth, who works for the National Football League, and he was in the National Football League, works for ESPN and Fox, just reported on a local Denver radio station, 104.3 The Fan, the deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as it can get. So we may be talking minutes where Aaron Rodgers becomes a Denver Bronco, and Dave, we will be celebrating on the stream. I have my nice little candy wrapper from Portage. The nice little, it's a pastry stout. It basically tastes like a peanut butter Snickers.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna party tonight, Dave. And
if he gets traded out of the division, the Vikings got better by subtraction.
And here's what worries me about it, because we're gonna play devil's advocate here as well. If they make the trade with Denver, let's say they get 9, and let's say they get 40, and let's say they get a first next year, okay? Let's say Jordan Love is a hit. They just got 9 where they could take Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith, an offensive lineman, because they have a really big need at right tackle. And then they double down with somebody in the back end of the first round. They have 2 second-round picks. If Jordan Love is a hit, we need to be a little worried about it, because that is a massive win if they're able to do that.
I don't think he will be, but I mean, it'd be adequate, but I don't think he's going to be the 3rd Hall of Famer in a row. Now, if Rodgers goes to Denver, you know Green Bay will be drafting 3 wide receivers this draft just to spite him.
Oh, yeah. That organization is petty, and I respect that. Be petty.
Hey, it's business. It's cutthroat. Now, there's one other graphic I wanted to show you and then set up a camera on it. It is, and that wasn't it. How about that? Let me switch this over. This, of course, is the screen for day 1. Didn't want that one. And boom, there's that camera still. Here we go. And it's missing. CTP. Oh, here we go. The trade chart.
Oh, let's go. Which one are we looking at? Is this Rich Hill?
This is Rich Hill. If we're going to be using the trade chart tonight, the Rich Hill one is the one we're going to use. You can see it's hard, but you can see highlighted in green all the Minnesota picks. And we will use that during the broadcast.
Perfect.
Make sense?
Yes, I am excited.
Ian, you asked about Teddy. I think Teddy was brought over as competition. He could have started if necessary, but I think he's really brought in as a backup. He's only being paid. I've heard it's $4.5 million.
He's getting $7 million from the Panthers. He's getting $3 million from the Broncos. The Broncos themselves are only on hook for that $3 million.
11.5
with incentives. So basically, if he starts and balls out, he gets 11.5. Like that's kind of what your backup quarterback contracts are now, unless you're the Vikings, you're getting Sean Mannion. Now let's address this as well, because if Aaron Rodgers goes to Denver, Drew Lock is gone, and there were already rumors being floated around today that the Vikings were very interested in Drew Lock. And I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of bringing in Drew Lock, and here's why. He has had struggles. He's been really inconsistent, but he's got traits. He's got a cannon. he can be accurate when he gets his feet underneath him. And having a backup quarterback with upside is something that we as Vikings fans have been begging for weeks, months, years. We finally have that guy.
Mhm.
And you know what? I will gladly give a 6th round pick to have a shot at a guy who's already had some success in the National Football League, who still has upside. And if it doesn't work, guess what? 6th round picks don't work anyways.
Right. And how many touchdowns did Sean Mannion throw in his career?
Was it like 4?
No, it's like 0.
Oh, he hasn't thrown 1?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And Drew Lock has. There's capability there. So he's automatically an upgrade over Sean Mannion. Not that Sean Mannion's on the team. I think that's just the back burner, hey, we'll wait till the last minute and sign you to a veteran minimum type deal. But hopefully they don't. Hopefully we have a better backup. And also, but that better backup may be if the Vikings take a quarterback.
I would love the Vikings to take quarterback, Dave. Let me tell you.
I've heard all day today that the Vikings, and over the last few days, the Vikings have been confirmed talking about possible trade ups as high as 4, but they didn't want to. Atlanta's asking way too much. But if they were going to 4, do you think they're going for Penei Sewell?
No. If you trade up to 4 for Penei Sewell in this tackle class, I'd fire you on the spot. You don't trade up for Penei Sewell like that. If it's 10, if it's 11, and you want to move a 3, that's a fair argument. I understand that because Penei Sewell has an incredible ceiling, and he is the second-rated player on my board. I think he could be an all-pro by year 3. Like, I have lofty expectations for this individual. He was at 18 years old and dominating in the Pac-12. He was just owning defensive ends. But at the same time, is giving up a 3rd-round pick really worth it when you could have Christian Darrisaw staring you in the face at 14? I don't think so.
That's just the point.
Like,
do you think they have the go-ahead from the Wilfs to get the next quarterback of the future?
I think it depends on what the price is. I really do.
It may be, but that's if they were willing to go to 4, I don't, just like you, I don't think it's for Penei Sewell. I think they were going up there to grab a quarterback.
I think so too.
But
think,
we don't know. And, who knows? We might find out tonight. Whoever the Vikings draft, it'll be the guy they're targeting, and that's the one they wanted. But we will find out.
Yeah.
Matt, let's go, boys. Matt, when are you going to hop on? We are excited. Yes.
I'll say this, Dave. As far as the Vikings trying to get a quarterback, it did come out that Khalil Kubiak really, really likes Trey Lance. And if Mac Jones is the pick, that is going to really send a ripple effect down that could push a quarterback to within spitting distance of the Vikings to go and get one.
Yep. And it depends how the trade goes. I'm about to say, if for whatever reasons the Broncos keep their pick, there's your prime target.
Mm-hmm.
Ian says if one drops, they grab the QB, but he doesn't see him trading up for one.
I think it depends on when. If there's one at 11, there's one at 12. Are you willing to ship out 90? Are you willing to ship out 78? Maybe 2/4?
Bring some drinks.
Everyone has a price, and we just don't know what Rick Spielman's price is to be able to jump up and get that guy. Last year, the Packers were fine spending a 4th rounder to move up 4 spots to get Jordan Love. Like, that was their price.
Not directly, Chris. It would be at least a year away.
Yeah. For the San Francisco 49ers, it was to move up 9 spots. They were willing to give up 2 firsts and a 3rd. Now, that 3rd was compensatory for losing Robert Saleh. So that needs to be taken with context. But yeah, everybody has a price. We'll find out if Rick Spielman has his met tonight. Merlin is excited, everyone.
Yes, he is. Merlin. I wonder if my dog.
All right, we are just 4 minutes away from
That's
everything rocking and rolling.
Come on.
Let's check the Twitter. See what's
Merlin's
going
looking
on.
at me like, no. Merlin. Come here. Look at the camera. You don't want to. Merlin, if you didn't catch him earlier, is my Great Dane puppy. He just turned a year old, and he's getting big.
Oh, he's only a year old?
Yeah, he turned a year old last week. Already weighs about 150 pounds. He should go up to about 175.
150, Dave?
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Jeez. Are you in a house?
Apartment.
Okay.
They're great apartment
Dang.
dogs. They are literally, once they hit about 2 years old, they are couch potatoes. Purely 100% couch potatoes. Exercise them once a day. They're happy. They lay all the rest of the time. This is my third Great Dane, and they're absolutely lovable fuzzballs.
Okay, that's fair.
And come
All
on,
right.
ESPN. You can start streaming any second. It's still 2 minutes off. Folks, I've got to stream all my TV because here in Denver, I can't hook up a dish on my apartment. So I got to stream. And I'm waiting for ESPN's live stream to start.
All right. We've got a band playing right now. It looks like they're probably playing like national anthem or something.
Okay. Have you got Twitter?
Oh no,
going?
it's Kings of Leon. They're just playing their own stuff.
Okay. Have you got Twitter going?
Yep.
Okay. If you see me glance this direction, I'm looking at my Twitter screen. I have highlighted right now hashtag NFL Draft, and it's almost getting too fast to read. As one of my columns.
Gosh, I can't. If you would have told me last night that the Minnesota Vikings might not have to play Aaron Rodgers twice here, I would have been thrilled. And the fact that it could actually be a reality is incredible and fantastic.
Well, I don't even think Doogie brought that up.
I don't think anybody knew until Shefty dropped it this morning. Everybody kind of knew he was annoyed at the Packers, but there was never really any sense or indication that it was an absolute no. He was not going back.
Okay. Matt just joined us, so give me a second.
Oh, no, nobody wants him. He can go away. It's fine.
I'm switching scenes on us. Setting it up. Everybody gets to see behind. Don't worry, we're going to have another one come here shortly. There's Matt.
What is up?
Are you ready, buddy?
Dude, I'm excited. That's why I hopped on earlier.
Cool.
I got my drink in hand, and I just hear you guys talking about quarterbacks and all the fun stuff. So I was like, I got to get in here. I haven't chatted with Tyler in a while, so
yeah.
This is the peak of your year right here. Everything builds up to this.
Matt, when I was a kid, I'll still remember this, and if you ever have a chance to meet my dad, he'll confirm it. When I was 8 years old, it was the 98 draft, and my dad asked me that morning, he's like, Tyler, who do you want us to take? And categorically, Randy Moss. That's all I wanted. I wanted Randy Moss. I was obsessed with him at Marshall. Like, I was so into college football as a 7-year-old kid, I wouldn't go outside to play. I'd watch football. And I loved Randy Moss. I still remember him dominating in the Motor City Bowl because the MAC only got one bowl berth a year, and they won the MAC. And then when I heard they got him, I was like a kid high in a candy store, multiplied by about 30. I was excited. My mom asked me today, "Isn't this like your second favorite day of the year?" And yes, it is. Behind Thanksgiving, I am hyped. I am thrilled. All the hard work culminates today when you kind of see every puzzle piece form and paint the full picture. And I am really excited to see how this kind of affects the Minnesota Vikings, the rest of the NFL landscape. And I just want to see my boy Peyton Turner end up in purple and gold, baby.
I saw a report earlier about who did you just say?
Peyton Turner.
Is that the guy that I saw a report where he could sneak into the first round, or is that it is him? Okay.
Yes.
I saw that and I was like, I knew it was one of your guys. Him or is it Twyman?
Twyman I like, but like you can check it out on Climbing the Pocket. I'll probably retweet the article here in a little bit. Like I have my 5 favorite players from this class are Peyton Turner, edge out of Houston, David Moore, offensive guard out of Grambling State, Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver, Western Michigan, Tylan Wallace, wide receiver, Oklahoma State, Deontay Smith, offensive tackle, East Carolina. Far and away my favorite guys in this class. And the only one who I really don't think would be a great fit in Minnesota is David Moore, but I'd still love the 6'1.5", 335-pound guy just bullying people.
I'm sorry, I got Twitter going up on the side here as well, and I just saw
we all do
a report. I just saw the report that the Broncos have a quote impressive offer for Aaron Rodgers.
It should be close. Everything I'm seeing is it's real close to happening.
Good.
Quote, as close to done as a deal can be.
Yep, that's what we were talking about earlier, Dave. That was the Mark Schlereth line.
Yep. This is by Cecil Lammy. Rick, when he heard about it today, said, quote, what do I need to send any team to get him out of there?
Hey, I have a question for you, Tyler.
What's that?
I think we all know, obviously, Trevor Lawrence, #1 pick. Why aren't the Jets getting any, pushback for the fact that, Wilson's just the unanimous 2?
Because, and we'll kind of parse this easily and try not to be too controversial. It's because, one, Wilson makes throws off platform like Mahomes. And that's the thing right now, and that's why Jordan Love was drafted so high last year. He can make all those throws. 2, Wilson is white.
Okay. I mean, I definitely think that's a factor, in a little bit of it, but I just found it so strange that even throughout this whole draft process, it's just been yep, it's Lawrence 1 and Wilson 2, and then after that, it's who knows. So. You think
and I think some of that has to do with the fact that they just knew right after the pro day the Jets were going to go Wilson at 2, and it just became a foregone conclusion. So people just kind of stopped talking about it, and I don't think anybody had a take where it was just egregious that he was going to. Whereas there's been a lot of pushback on Mac Jones going 3 because that is egregious, and that is an absolutely poor use of premium draft capital. It's bad enough to take him at 3. But to trade another 2 firsts and a 3rd-round pick is incredibly worse.
Do you think they go there? Do you think they take Mac Jones at 3?
God, I hope not.
I see. Well, as from a Vikings perspective, we hope so, right?
Oh, from a Vikings perspective, yes. From a analyst perspective, from a football perspective, I really hope not. It just feels like a bad process. It feels like a bad use of draft capital. Just everything. Oh my gosh. So everybody knows I'm also contribute to Blue Chip Scouting. All the guys on their draft stream right now are commenting on my tweet, AVT at 14.
Yeah.
We had we had Doogie on last night, and he was talking about Vera Tucker a little bit, and he was just pretty much said he's got a high floor, but how high is his ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a good way to put it.
Are you talking about AVT?
AVT.
Yeah.
I don't think his ceiling is super high, and especially because guards don't matter. I struggle to take him there. If you believe he's a full-fledged tackle,
There's the Vikings.
I can argue and I can listen to that. That's fine. If you think he is a tackle, I'm in.
That's
But
right,
I don't
Dan.
think he's a
I
tackle.
love those round bellies.
I genuinely don't think he's a tackle, and that's where my struggle is.
Hey, Clifford, welcome. All right. All
right, from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Buzz is definitely building for Broncos making move for Aaron Rodgers. GM George Payton witnessed what Aaron can do while in Minnesota. Coach Vic Fangio witnessed it while in Chicago.
Yes.
It sounds like this is going to happen.
Yeah, it's like 1 minute ago from a Broncos reporter. While there are various reports out there on Aaron Rodgers and Broncos, I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. So it's conflicting. It seems so weird that the Broncos would turn around and trade for Teddy and then go and get Rodgers. Yeah. Granted, they're in two different echelons of quarterbacking tiers. Like Bridgewater is, your 15 to 20 range, and Rodgers is top 5. So
I'll say this as kind of like a counterpoint. When you're talking about that, it's tough. Teddy himself is only going to make $3 million from the Broncos. There's no commitment to Teddy Bridgewater. And at the very worst, Teddy Bridgewater is your backup quarterback. $3 million is a great deal for a backup quarterback in today's market.
Mm-hmm. They could probably send Drew Lock in a trade to Green Bay, actually. I feel like Green Bay would take that versus a Jimmy Garoppolo, but
yeah.
Who's better, Lock or Garoppolo?
Ooh.
Who would I rather have? Drew Lock.
From a cap perspective, right?
Yes, and from a potential perspective. Drew Lock has been hurt his first 2 seasons. We know he has all the arm talent in the world, but he needs to sharpen up mentally, and he needs to sharpen up with his mechanics. So if you're able to kind of work with Drew Lock, you can still get something out of him. Jimmy Garoppolo is a finished product. You already know what he is, and he's unimpressive. And it's tough because when you're talking about these players, you want upside. You want guys who you believe that you can make something. Drew Lock, you can potentially develop into a really good player in the National Football League. I'm not developing anything out of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah,
Jimmy Garoppolo isn't that bad.
He's not that bad, but you're not getting anything more out of him than what you saw in San Francisco.
I mean, he did great.
I just remember he threw that pick against the Vikings in that NFC divisional game, and Shanahan was like, "Nope, no more. Like, we're shutting you down, and we're just going to pound the rock on this Vikings D-line." And it worked for him. And that's what scares me about the 49ers is, like, if they get competent quarterback play out there, like, or you go get a guy like Aaron Rodgers, like, how can you not consider them the favorites for a Super Bowl? They're getting all their defensive linemen back healthy. They have a good defense. Shanahan's one of the best offensive-minded coaches in the NFL. Mm-hmm. They utilize their running backs efficiently. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. Like, it's ridiculous the talent that team has. And you give them a rookie quarterback, they can keep that whole band together for 3, 4, 5 years. It's nuts.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
And that's the power of a rookie quarterback, and that's why it's so fun to speculate about the Vikings getting Justin Fields or a Trey Lance, right? Because while I think Kirk will be on the roster this year, having a rookie quarterback opens up so much for you if they're good. If they're a Mitch Trubisky, then you got to sit through another 4 or 5 years of just mediocrity. But we're used to that. So what's the harm in trying that?
And if they're mobile, at least they give you an added element. Now, I will say this, from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, per source, there are no negotiations currently happening between Broncos and Packers. Broncos are preparing for their selection at 9. Could things change? Yes. Is something imminent? No. So obviously people have different sources and stuff, and we're going to keep an eye on this all night. Mm-hmm. But worth noting, the Broncos, it seems like as of right now, the latest information, they're preparing to pick at 9. We'll see if that changes.
I want to try something technically on the technical side.
You do you.
I will throw up a tweet. Should be relatively small and in the middle. Can you guys read that?
Yeah.
It's a little small, but yes.
Are you asking the chat?
Well, chat too, if they could read that. And it's a good question. I can make it bigger. So
there we go. We can cover Matt's face. That's okay.
Yeah, go for it. They just saw it last night.
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to my guy Russ, who is joining the stream. Hello, Russ.
Yeah, we got to get some questions fired in here. We got 25 people watching. Does anybody in the chat have any questions for any of us? I know we got Tanishka joining soon, right, Dave?
She's having technical issues, but she is supposed to be joining us. And then we'll go to the 4-window screen and have that all set up. You know, Jason, the founder, can always hop on if he wanted to. He's already here. But he'll be on later with In the Huddle.
Yeah, they get the late night crew.
Yep, they get the end. Mm-hmm.
So Stan, with the trade happen after June 1st with Aaron Rodgers, it's probably going to happen now or probably not for a while. I genuinely don't know. Mike Kliss, Denver's not looking to they're not in talks to trade for Aaron Rodgers. So
is Goodell being booed? I can't tell. I don't have the volume up.
Oh, I hope so.
What's more
they just said they were going to fill the stadium, so he's not being booed right now.
What's more likely, Detroit drafting a QB or the Bears trading up for one? Hey, yes. Vikings Jerome, glad you could join us.
I that's tough. Because total? I think you'd look at the Bears and say, like, yeah, they're probably going to be the ones that would trade up because they need a quarterback. But at the same time, can they do that again? Can they give up a ton of draft capital to get up there and get a good quarterback? Like, maybe ownership signs off on it, but when you trade up to get Trubisky, 3-4 years ago, and then you're going to do it again.
They didn't give up a ton to go get Trubisky, though. They gave up 3 mid-round picks to move up a spot.
Was that
it? We're not talking a catastrophic move. What they did do is they traded the farm for Khalil Mack. That might be what you're thinking more so.
Yes, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Detroit is going to just totally ride out this rebuild. They're waiting for next year, I think, to get a quarterback. Or maybe they like Goff.
Yeah, I think they do like Goff because obviously their new general manager is Brad Holmes. He was the director of pro personnel when they drafted him in Los Angeles. So it wouldn't surprise me if they really did like Jared Goff. I don't see how you can watch what he did in Los Angeles and really like his future. But I'm not in those meetings. I don't know kind of what they're thinking. But they ended up getting an extra first-round pick out of it to take him. And then they can always flip him next year and try and get some capital back, keep the money off the books. This is a multi-year rebuild project. If he's bad, that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, we're officially on the clock.
Cool.
This
First,
should be-
Clifford asked, does he think the Packers have no choice to trade? Of course, I hit the wrong one. Here was a tweet from Trey Wingo saying it doesn't matter what the Packers do. A-Rod's not showing up.
Well, the nice part about Aaron Rodgers, he's 37. Depending on the kind of person he is, he could feel really comfortable just walking away and just saying, hey, I'm going to go do Jeopardy. I'm going to go do a bunch of TV stuff. He's got money. Like, I don't think money is the driving factor for him anymore. I say this with the caveat, I don't know the man. But I don't think after making all the money he has with his endorsements, with his contracts, I don't see how that's the big driving force. I want to say it's competing. It's Super Bowls and doing all those other things. I think that he is going to want to keep playing, but if he has no choice but to stay in Green Bay, he may just walk away.
Don is
Tyler?
looking that way.
Yeah.
Tyler, I'll let you take Ian's question there.
Fields falling to 14, I think, is more likely. Look, there's been a lot of steam about Fields falling and Fields not being a guy. There was the epilepsy thing. There's just been a lot of chatter about him.
Oh, sorry. Aaron Rodgers just tweeted, "Beautiful day in Denver."
Did he really?
Yes, he
Or
did.
did someone pull up an old tweet?
It's an old tweet. 1 March. Damn.
You got it, man.
The
I gotta
Twitter
be careful.
trolls, they are out there.
Yeah.
It's
But
amazing what
to
people
kind
can
of
go and find.
finish up with Ian's question, I think it's the Fields just because of how negative things have been with the process and how teams have kind of there's just been no chatter about him. It's all been negative. And I don't think that's a mistake. So I think that's more likely. I don't think Rick Spielman is going to sit there and be like, I need to move up to 7 to get Penei Sewell and give up capital, in next year's draft class, which is going to be loaded in comparison to this year, because there's going to be a ton of guys who should have come out this year as seniors in next year's class. You could be talking about getting 3rd-round picks in a normal class in the 5th round next year. Mm-hmm. Next year's draft capital is going to be lucrative, and I don't think you're going to want to be giving that up. I don't see a trade up for an offensive tackle happening with how deep and good this class is.
I'm going to switch screens and set up our 4 window. And meanwhile, ESPN showing Jacksonville on the clock, and they're showing Trevor highlights, which I think is funny.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Our newest guest, Ryan. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, just great. We just got done with baseball practice, rushed home to see what I missed, which doesn't look like much.
You haven't missed squat.
Vikings just traded to number 3. That's what you missed.
We gave up Kirk Cousins and the rights to draft any Oklahoma player.
Well, I would say no to that then.
Oh, Big Hig hopes we draft Micah Parsons if we're unable to trade back.
So Micah
I don't know
Parsons
much
is
about
interesting. He's kind of a hybrid linebacker. He came into Penn State as an edge rusher. And one thing about Micah Parsons, he's probably going to transition best as a middle linebacker. You can use him in an Anthony Barr role, kind of a hybrid. Fantastic blitzer, really good at penetrating gaps. He's got great sideline to sideline speed. But at the same time, you're drafting for the future. And with where this team is, I don't think they're going to take that big of a projection unless it's a quarterback. So I don't think Micah Parsons is likely. Plus, there are the massive character red flags. We're not going to parse it. Go Google it. It's disturbing. But we also have to remember, he's a kid. So you have to try and figure that out and try and parse those together. So I think Parsons is unlikely, Big Hig. I do think that he's a fantastic football player, and if he ended up a Minnesota Viking, that Mike Zimmer would find some really fun ways to utilize him. Viking Jerome, it seems like you read my mock draft, because that's exactly what I had the Vikings doing. Trading back to 19 and getting Jalen Phillips. Jason, no to round one linebackers? Absolutely. You just have to admit that Kadarius Toney is better than Elijah Moore.
I agree with Jason, though. I don't think, there's certain positions I just think aren't valuable enough to take in the first round unless it's like a transcending talent. Linebackers I do put in that category with running backs and guards. Centers I'm okay with because they have a little bit more responsibility. You have to have a little bit more intelligence and know how to be a quality center. So Creed Humphrey likely will make his way to the first round because of that. Yeah. So my buddy and I, we do a mock draft challenge each year, and of course, I couldn't take 1 year of an Oklahoma player not making the first round. So we have Creed Humphrey going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, hoping that comes to fruition. I kind of got that from JR. So,
hey guys, I'm switching back to the 3 screen. My camera has just froze, and I hope that I don't have to redo something. Fire up. I did have a question for Raymond though. Raymond, I see your avatar picture. Where was that taken?
Hey, look, ESPN's got a shot at the Jaguars war room. The guy in the far left, his name is Tony Khan. Not only is he the son of the owner, but he is also the lead booker and owner and operator of All Elite Wrestling. So that's cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I want to know how far I am behind you guys. What's your timer say for the draft?
2:20.
Okay, sweet.
I'm on NFL Networks, so I think I'm on a different one than you guys.
Are you on cable though, or are you streaming?
Streaming.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm streaming too.
Guys, I'm going to step out for a minute. I'll be right back.
Who's on cable nowadays? I mean,
I don't know.
Exactly right.
I just had the timer restart. Jake's must have picked. There it is. Okay. No suspense here, though. Is Trevor Lawrence as slam dunk of a pick as Andrew Luck, or was Andrew Luck better?
I was not ranking players in 2012, but I'll tell you this. I think I would have Trevor Lawrence above Andrew Luck. Trevor Lawrence is able to make every single throw. And it helps that he has the aesthetic of just beautiful hair. Like, that's never a bad thing. He can make every throw. He's a fantastic runner when he need to be. And he's going to need to kind of develop some progression because they did a little bit of those kind of routes. They did a lot of RPO stuff. So he's able to read and react quickly. But as far as progression routes, I think he still needs to continue to develop that aspect of his game. I love Trevor Lawrence. I think he's on the same level as Andrew Luck and John Elway as a prospect. And I think he's going to a coach in Urban Meyer that's going to design an offense that makes him a great, great football player.
So we've kind of seen college coaches come to the NFL and struggle at times. Do we think that's going to be the case here with Urban Meyer? I'm leaning on you two here.
I think for college coaches, I think Urban Meyer is probably the most likely to succeed because of how many big time programs he's been at, how well he's done. I think that's I think he's going to be fine, but it'll be interesting to see what he does with offense.
Well, Tim Tebow's coming back, so.
Oh, you better believe I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, it should be interesting because it's not like Urban Meyer ever ran any sort of pro style type offense in the college game. However, he brought Darrell Bevell in, obviously to be that offensive guru. And really, Urban Meyer, what he's always done is got the best out of his players and motivate his players and really be that true, again, head coach, let other people kind of do their jobs, and he's the one that kind of is setting culture. And I think he's always done a great job of that. He did that at Florida. He did that at Ohio State. I think he'll do it here with the Jaguars as well.
I'll say this about Urban Meyer, and when you watch Ohio State's offense with Ryan Day, a lot of that's Urban Meyer. You're going to run a lot of mesh. You're going to run a lot of progression-style routes, which is why Justin Fields was so good and successful. I think that Urban Meyer can translate to the National Football League. And I think when you're talking about a quarterback that's going to maximize his offense, it's Trevor Lawrence. He is able to run. He's able to make smart decisions. He's got an absolute hose attached to his body, and he can be really accurate with it. Trevor Lawrence is fantastic, and I'm really excited to see what the Jaguars do.
Stan Jones, I'm surprised it's you with the Lawrence pick. That's crazy.
I want to jump to this really quick because Ian asked me quite a while ago where I have Jayson Owa and Davis Mills. Jayson Owa tied for my edge 3, Ian. I have Owa actually as my edge 3, and he won the tiebreakers with Joseph Osai and Peyton Turner. I think the 0 sacks with Jayson Owa is overblown because he got constant pressure. He was in the quarterback's face. He was winning against tackles. And the 0 sacks is – you can fix that. That's just finishing. Like I'm not super worried. He's the 34th ranked player on my board, and I think whoever gets him is they're gonna have a project, but it's a project you want to work with. Davis Mills is my quarterback 5. He's 79th on my board. He's got tools too. He's only got 14 starts, so he's still a work in progress. But there's a reason why he was the #1 pocket passing recruit a few years back, and you see it. But his film is a wild ride. He needs reps. He needs time. And if you're a team that's going to be willing to put in that time, I think Davis Mills could be a starter for you down the line.
Update on the Aaron Rodgers front. Ian Rappaport. Packers, that's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. I think we've heard that before from other GMs and found out that it's just hearsay. So until the night's through, I don't buy it for a second.
And
sounds about right.
I'm sure this was already covered, but was it that Denver had a really compelling offer for them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wish we knew what that was. That'd be interesting. I'd be all for Denver trading for him because who knows if the Packers would feel obligated to take another quarterback after taking Love last year. You would assume not. So, would that allow another quarterback to potentially fall down the board again, especially one of the quarterbacks that we're interested in, like Justin Fields. So.
What do you think these teams are doing right now? Like, especially with like the Jags and the Jets, like who know who they're picking? Like, do you think they're just like enjoying the moment, or I just want to know what goes inside a war room,
You take calls, man. You see if somebody's willing to give you the house, the farm, and the vacation home. And if somebody's willing to just give you an exuberant amount, like let's say the Dolphins wanted to go up from 6-1, they offered you Tua, 6, 18, both seconds, their next 3 first-round picks, their next 3 seconds. That's a price we'd be like, all right, I'll move down to 6. Like everyone has a price. That you take calls to the last minute and see if somebody blows your socks off.
Yeah,
and then the second you call it in to the floor, then you just sit back and enjoy. But with the Jags and the Jets, they have picks at 23 and 25. So they actually have to pay attention now.
Yeah. Just watching these highlights just makes me excited for football again.
Oh, I know. They're showing nerd shit about Zach Wilson's ridiculous throws, and they're showing a concept that the Packers ran because it's going to be the same kind of stuff that Zach Wilson runs in New York, and it's beautiful.
What are you guys
close,
drinking tonight?
I got a vodka Sprite for me.
I've got
Candy
bourbon
wrapper
and
from
Duke.
Portage. The pastry
Is that
stout.
I was gonna say, is that peanut butter and jelly beer again?
No. Nope. I have 3 of those left, and I'm saving them. This is basically a peanut butter Snickers.
Oh my gosh.
And then I've got a case of McGolden Light and a 12-pack of Summer Shandy that I'll be dumping into as soon as I'm done with this.
Did you take tomorrow off? Tomorrow and Saturday?
And Sunday. Once the draft's done tonight, starting tonight and tomorrow, I'm going to do a nice breakdown of the first pick the Vikings make tonight, so we can get a much better sense of who they are and what they're going to do. And then I know at 5:30 tomorrow, right when we go live, we're going to have Spencer Thompson, Vikings Film Room. He's going to be doing the same thing. We're going to have a nice discussion about that first pick.
What is this chair in the middle of this stand here?
It's a fan from each team, it looks like.
Oh
All
my
right.
gosh.
Official Zach Wilson.
So it looks like you're about 3 seconds ahead of me, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm on the NFL Network, so I don't know if they're a little faster than ESPN's. I'm not a big fan of the ESPN personalities sometimes, so I can't stand Kuiper. So
all right, well, we've got 7.5 minutes before the timeline burns. If it's Mac Jones, I'm still not convinced it is Mac Jones. If it's Mac Jones, it's bad.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
Dave.
I am going to try to switch cameras here shortly. SKOL there, Freddie. But first, to recap, the first pick went to the Jaguars, and they selected Trevor Lawrence. No surprise. The second pick went to the Jets, Jets, the only team that knows how to spell 4-letter words. And they picked, where is he? Oh, come on. I guess I don't have, I do not have my.
Yes, Ian, I
he
stay
is.
off Twitter
Trevor.
all night because I
Zach.
cannot stand having things spoiled for me.
Is that you telling me not to spoil when I find out?
Nope, couldn't care less if you do it. Yeah, we're on live
All right.
broadcast. We gotta be the first to get that info out.
Guys, here's my ask. I don't want you saying anything until like probably about 5-6 seconds after the San Francisco pick, because I want to react live to the abomination that is taking Mac Jones at 3, if that is the case.
I will guarantee you that I can hold a straight face.
There is going to be a long
cannot.
rant if it is Mac Jones.
I'm ready.
switching Screens
See,
real
here
quick.
I'm conflicted here because in my mock draft I have it as Trey Lance. However, for the Vikings' sake, I do hope it's Mac Jones, because that just means another quality quarterback drops to us. So, I mean, not drops to us, but, has another quality quarterback dropping that we can hopefully have an opportunity for. So,
You going to be on your phone, Dave?
Yeah, I don't have a choice. I have never figured out how to redo my reset my camera when it freezes during a live broadcast without shutting down Ecamm. So I'll use my phone.
Just a baby face.
Yeah, he's a 21-year-old kid, man.
There we go.
I don't think I've ever been so nervous for a pick that wasn't a Vikings pick in my life.
You need to prep Twitter. You need to tell people to get on here in preparation of a rant.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Pound Twitter away.
Granted, we knew that this was going to be the pick, but I'm still kind of surprised Zach Wilson was the second overall pick. I know he's got all the tools and everything, but he's my QB4, so I just can't believe the hate or the hate that Justin Fields is getting. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand it, and I'm bothered by it, frankly. But, that's what it is.
Hey, Raymond, in 2010, I was up at VBC. I flew all over Iraq.
Dave, what did you fly? What kind of – were you flying fighter pilots? Were you doing helicopters?
No, in the Air Force, I grew up a KC-135 crew chief, which is a mechanic. I had flying status. After that, I went to headquarters and directed aircraft maintenance recoveries for every big heavy there was. Been around every heavy, worked on every heavy, worked on transient alert. But after I retired and then went over into the desert, I was hitching rides on whatever the Army would give me. Helicopter-wise, usually fixed wing, C-130s, C-17s. I've flown just about everything in the DoD's arsenal that can be ridden on.
That's wild, man.
And thanks for yours, Raymond.
I just saw them. It's not a spoiler, but I saw them clapping in the 49er war room. So I have to believe the pick is in.
Okay, Raymond.
Yep.
Or they just.
Before I went active duty Air Force, I was Army Reserve as 11 bang bang. I know the feeling. Nothing like a good family ruck march. Well, they're still showing on my stream just about 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep, same here. And man,
They're already pumping the Mac Jones tape here.
Look, I don't even watch ESPN anymore because it's basically become a Mac Jones propaganda machine.
Flip goes, I thought this was happy
Flip.
hour. Why is nobody drinking? We are drinking.
Is that an angry inch there, Ryan?
Obviously. That's all I drink.
Actually, I need to refill mine. Pick
Pick is in, boys. Pick is in.
Oh, man.
All right, no spoilers. No spoilers. I want to hear Roger Goodell ruin the lives of many 49ers fans.
Hey, Stan.
Block out the chat.
I had lots of friends out at Travis. My nephew was out there for a while doing just that, C5 crew chief. I love Fred, especially when they upgraded them to M models.
So when doing my mock draft here, I had Mac Jones in this slot for the last week or so, just thinking, proactively thinking. I didn't actually fill it out till this morning, but and then I started thinking about the fact that how many draft picks they actually gave up to draft a probably max ceiling of an Andy Dalton. And I just couldn't justify it. If he's the pick here, I will be so surprised.
Is that your
not surprised, but
Jones, Andy Dalton?
Yep, that's his ceiling for me.
You want to see who they picked?
No, I want to find out from Roger Goodell.
Stan, just A's and B's. Yeah, we loved it during the Gulf War. We always had one scheduled in, and it'd take weeks.
All right, so let's go over this quick.
Let's go!
If this is Mac Jones, it is 100% the best pick for the Vikings.
It's not.
Why are you spoiling this for me?
I'm not. The viewers are.
Okay, thank God they didn't blow it. They didn't blow it. All right.
San Francisco picks Trey Lance, the one of the two people we were hoping would drop to 14.
This is this is kind of a downer for Minnesota Vikings fans because Mac Jones is still on the board. The ideal scenario was Jones going here, but the right football move is taking Trey Lance. Trey Lance can take this offense to new heights, and you're talking about like a guy who is already incredible on the line of scrimmage. Like, this is a football player that can already call protections, and he's got the command of the huddle. One turnover in his redshirt freshman season, and it was in the first quarter of his first ever start. And then he followed up the next possession, because I was live at the game, with a beautiful 50-yard rainbow, and I was like, that guy's going to be something. Mm-hmm. And now he's the third pick in the draft. Marshall, Minnesota kid. He is set up for a long line of success, and Kyle Shanahan can still be called an offensive genius.
Hey, Clifford, we're all streaming, which means we're probably a play and a half behind as during the regular season.
How do they get those jerseys done so fast?
They haven't.
It's screen print. Doesn't take long.
Yeah.
Every player gets the number one. All you do is you have a few nameplates, and then an iron. Takes like 2 minutes. Pretty easy.
Damn, well, good for him. I think that's a great fit. And like you said, Tyler, I think Shanahan and Lance here together can form a good duo for quite some time. And I think the window for the 49er fans is just opening now. They got that defense back healthy, competent quarterback who can run. I'm excited to see some of the RPO stuff that Shanahan kind of pulls out here, because Jimmy, he's a little mobile, but not to the extent of a Trey Lance. So,
right, from Marshall, Minnesota. I have friends that grew up in Marshall, Minnesota. Been there quite a few times. Hey, before we go any further, I hope to promote what our broadcast schedule is. We're going live. We're supposed to have Tanishka, but she's got her computer in the shop, so she's having issues trying to get on her phone. Right now, we're not at time. We'll be going into happy hour. However, all of us are drinking and will continue to drink as the night goes on. And then we'll have Deshaun Vaughn come on, and we'll wind up tonight's show with the gang from In the Huddle. Yeah, baby.
What do we think Atlanta does here? Do they take Pitts?
They see this.
Pitts.
Fields is there. Fields is the hometown kid, so a lot of the fans are going to want Fields here. But they're on a 2-year commitment to Matt Ryan. I think they're going to go Pitts. If you want to take the quarterback, Lance was the guy to do it because he probably needs the most time to sit and just learn, because he's only had 1 year of starting at college football level. Like, I'm not worried that it's FCS because the offense he ran was incredibly pro style. And I think that if you're taking Fields, you're starting him right away. But the way that they handled the Matt Ryan contract, Yeah, they're not starting him right away. It's probably going to be a 2-year process, and I don't think that's fair to Justin Fields, and I think they're going to think the same thing.
I love the Trey Lance pick too here. I just think that with, running that pro style offense and just all of the tools that kid has in his belt, he reminds me a lot of Josh Allen coming out because, again, you just didn't get as much tape, but the fact that he has all that skill all that, the tools, right? The strong arm, the, some accuracy issues more in the deep level, but I think he did well with that, honestly, probably better than Josh Allen coming out. And he runs, and how he runs is more like a bulldozer than a finesse like a Lamar Jackson, right? And I love that. I love that physical style that he brings. And I think that's tone setting for a team. And I think guys really get behind, their quarterbacks that do that, willing to lay it on the line. So, I'm a big fan. He was my QB2 at the end of the day. And with, I think, the highest upside of anyone in the draft, including Trevor Lawrence. So I'm excited, and I think he's in the best offense to really maximize his skills. And I think he's really going to he might be able to uplift that Niners team here in a year or two to really hit the heights that they were hoping to hit 2 years ago with that Super Bowl run. So very excited for them, very bummed for us. I was really hoping that we'd be able to get him at some point.
The pick is in, folks.
The dream is still alive for Fields, so let's hold out some hope.
Kyle Pitts was selected by Atlanta, and he's the difference maker.
Oh, absolutely. Kyle Pitts is the best tight end prospect to come out of the draft since Vernon Davis in 2006. He ran a 4.46 40. He's got a record wingspan of like 84 and a half inches. Uses his body incredibly well to box out defenders. He's got length to be able to go up, get the ball, reach out for it. And that catch radius he provides as a safety blanket for a quarterback is excellent. He can play in line. He can play an H-back. He can play flex out. He can be an X receiver. He can do a little bit of everything. And Kyle Pitts is a special type of player that you can't just label as a tight end prospect. I wish he would have stayed at Florida one more year, but you're getting a tight end, and as that tight end, you're going to be the number 4 overall pick. You go. So now what this really does is it kind of leaves like, hey, the Bengals are going to take one of Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell. Now 6, does Miami trade back? Does a team go up to try and get that Justin Fields? Do the Vikings make a call or two? Like this is where the draft really starts.
Absolutely. And this next pick is going to be an interesting one. I had Sewell kind of locked in there, and then I totally forgot that they signed Riley Reif. So they do have 2 tackles that are competent. Obviously, you could always kick Reif in. You can, there's options that you can do with having Sewell, but I really think that pick's going to be Jamar Chase. They wanted to get another weapon with AJ Green leaving. I didn't think they actually really needed it because T. Higgins really showed to be a really high quality, rookie. And then of course you have Boyd there and he's a quality slot guy. But adding Chase to that mix is really going to make that offense really surround Joe Burrow with a ton of weapons and really make this thing interesting for them. So hopefully Reif can hold up and play quality like he did for us here last year. And obviously we wish him the best, nothing but respect for Riley Reif. And hopefully that Bengals offense can start ascending a little bit and maybe Joe Mixon can get a couple, 1,500, 2,000 yard seasons for my fantasy teams.
I think the really big thing with the Bengals here, Joe Burrow was most successful in the college ranks in the Joe Brady system where they were going empty a lot. They were going 4 or 5 wide, and that's what they were trying to do last year with the Bengals, and I think that's what they're going to continue to do. And where I disagree with you, Ryan, is I think they do need more weapons because if you're going to run that kind of attack, you need to have bodies and good ones to throw out on the outside. Losing AJ Green and John Ross. You still have Auden Tate. You still have Tyler Boyd, who's mainly a slot guy. Like you need to have more bodies, and you need to have more quality bodies. You put Jamar Chase in that X role where you can move him inside to the slot and just dominate on slants, RPOs. Like I think that's going to help maximize Joe Mixon. I know that's your boy, and I think it's going to help maximize the rest of the offense. You can get offensive linemen in rounds 2 and 3 to help bolster that line, and you're going to be just fine. I don't think you have to pigeonhole yourself at Penei Sewell or Rashawn Slater here. They're good picks if you take them, but you don't have to.
I agree
Absolutely.
with you, Flip.
Flip, I don't know, man. I thought Riley Reef was a consummate pro for us. I thought that he kind of got dealt a interesting hand when it came to the whole, hey, take a pay cut a week before the season or we're cutting you. I mean, there's just some of those issues that I mean, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It's just the business of football, but he handled it like a pro. I don't think he ever once complained or, was a disruption because of that, which I think a lot of players probably would have been. And I think he was a good leader for this team. So, I mean, it's not like I'm going to sit here and want him to beat the Vikings or anything like that. But it's more just that, wish him the best. He did a great job for the Vikings in the time he was here, and just wish him well. And yes, I do hope Danielle crushes his ass. You're right, 100%. I absolutely do.
All right.
They have Jonah Williams coming back, don't they?
Jonah Williams played well last year.
I thought he got hurt.
He got hurt
his
his
rookie season. He didn't play at all his rookie year. I love how if you're watching the draft right now, Kyle Pitts looks like he's a part of a marching band. just the way his suit looks.
And a big bow tie. Wow.
I love it.
Look, I love the fit, but
I'm going to snag a drink quick.
Band.
I can't stand these hats this year.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts is fascinating. I love the fact that he was the first weapon or the first non-quarterback taken because he might be the best player in this draft, just like all in. I know, Tyler, I think you had him number 2 in your rankings, I believe. Or was it 3?
I think it was 3.
It was 3. Yeah, it was 3. Yep, now that I remember. Yep. I think you had
Lawrence, Sewell, Pitts, Waddle, Lance were my top 5.
Yep, exactly. And I had him as my number 2 overall prospect as well. And just fantastic. I love the kid. I'm glad that he proved the doubters wrong too with the 40 time at his pro day, because some people said he had, some lumbering feet. Oh, Flip. What up, buddy?
We're up close and personal. How's everyone doing?
Yes, we are.
Let's go.
Flip it. It's draft day. It's Christmas.
Who's in the chair?
I need to hold on.
Oh, that's Matt. He's grabbing a beer.
Nice.
You called him out, so he chugged his drink, and now he's got a refill.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. How's everybody doing? Fans in the comments? Good. It's draft day.
That's good.
We're lit up in this chat room here.
9 picks away. 11? No, 9 picks away. God, can't do math.
It's Flip.
Okay.
It's Flip. Yes.
Bengals pick is in.
Yep.
You want it, Tyler?
Do what?
You want the pick?
It's Jamar Chase, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, it made too much sense. Jamar Chase gets to reunite with Joe Burrow. I hesitate taking a Jamar Chase at this spot just because he doesn't have a dominant athletic trait on film. What he does do, he's an incredible alpha. He's just going to play bully ball. He's going to out-physical you, and he knows how to get his hands up late on a deep route. He knows how to sky for the ball. He knows how to win those tough battles. And in an offense like this that Zach Taylor is starting to design for Joe Burrow, when you're going to do a lot of quick stuff, you're going to do a lot of stuff where he's just going to have to win one-on-one. Jamar Chase is a great receiver for it. He's already shown it in college. Now he gets to show it with his college quarterback. There's going to be no chemistry issues moving in, and I think that's a big draw for Cincinnati. And where this kind of sits with the Minnesota Vikings, Miami's kind of a turning point right now. Do they want to trade back and get even more draft capital for somebody coming up for a quarterback? Does somebody come up for Penei Sewell? Somebody come up for Jalen Waddle? Detroit is a real wild card because nobody knows what they're going to do because they literally need everything. So if you need someone, you call Miami right now and you make the deal. And we're going to see if this all plays out. And while you guys kind of keep discussing, I am going to go grab another beer and I'll be back in a moment.
You got it?
I think we need to talk about the implications of this pick for the Vikings, because them not taking a tackle here pushes two really good tackles down the line, also pushes Justin Fields down the line again. I mean, them going wide receiver, which was always a possibility, but it's I hear just a lot of background noise.
Yeah. Tyler just tripped over something and destroyed his kitchen.
Yes. Here's what I'll say about that, though, Matt. What I'll say about that is you're right. That's another tackle that's getting pushed on the line. But looking at Miami's makeup here, they can go a lot of different ways. They could go receiver, even though they did just sign Will Fuller. They could go. I have them taking Sewell here at 6, and the reason why I do is because Austin Jackson had his rookie year. He wasn't anything spectacular, but he played well. Robert Hunt's on the right side, and again, he played really well. But Robert Hunt was projected to be a guard. So, and they just traded Eric Flowers away. So they're going to, if you go and take Sewell, you can have your franchise either left or right tackle. You can kick Robert Hunt inside, and you can still have a very high quality line to protect, your investment in Tua. And they still have another pick at 18 where they can go and grab another receiver, like if maybe Devontae Smith starts falling, or a Rashad Bateman, who I have ranked higher than Smith, or maybe they're in love with like Elijah Moore or Kadarius Toney. There's a lot of different options as you go down the line in the draft here.
Okay, but we got a bigger issue right now, because the clock is ticking, and I don't believe in the draft hype. I don't believe in draft crushes, but something actually got me excited today.
What was that?
And that was the word that Aaron Rodgers wants off the Packers.
That's great.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because if it's going to happen, it has to happen tonight, or we're straight back to the same old Packers we're talking about. And you look at the teams and where they're drafting, we're getting way too close to that Denver Broncos pick, if that's the place where Aaron Rodgers is going to go. We're getting way too close to that pick, and nothing has happened. All the steam has died down. So tell me, is it going to be? Are you think they're talking right now? Is it going to be that 9 pick? Because there's no way Rodgers gets traded if Green Bay doesn't get that 9 pick.
Well, there's one other option, right? It's the Raiders, right? That's the only other potential spot that would be traded. But yeah, I mean, the time is ticking here on if Aaron Rodgers is getting dealt.
Hey, I'll say this as well.
Go ahead.
Who's to say that the Niners don't trade Lance for Rodgers? Because Rodgers gives them the Super Bowl window immediately.
The Packers don't want a quarterback, so the Packers.
Yeah, the Packers are in love with Love.
Courtney is reporting that the Bengals are not taking Penei Sewell, but I haven't seen who they're taking yet.
They just took Jamar Chase.
Oh, they took Jamar Chase.
They took Chase. So that's literally the only thing I'm watching right now is I'm waiting for Aaron Rodgers to get traded. You can see I still got my college shirt on. I'm on the clock. I'm supposed to be working right now. But somebody told me that Aaron Rodgers is supposed to get traded.
He is supposed to get traded.
At 6 o'clock at night for. I love that. I love that tweet that came out that said, quoting Rick, saying, "What do I need to trade to help get him out of this division?"
What would you trade, Ryan?
I ain't scared of Aaron Rodgers. I'm not scared of Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Let him stay. Okay. Let him stay. I don't give a fuck. I like that. Our defense handles him for the most part, and obviously he's a great quarterback, but he's getting up there in age too. I know he just had an MVP season, but I'm not scared of him. Let's just keep.
This is good.
We don't need to give up our draft capital to help somebody else out.
Okay. So Ryan's giving up 0.
Tyler, Miami took Waddle.
They took Waddle. Far move for Miami.
That means
Far move
Sewell
for
keeps
Miami.
dropping.
So that when you talk Jalen Waddle, he is Tyreek Hill 2.0. You shouldn't comp fast guys to Tyreek Hill, but he plays exactly like Tyreek Hill with the same kind of speed. And with the guys that they have in that receiving room right now, you have Mike Gesicki in line, you have Devontae Parker and Preston Williams on the outside. Jalen Waddle gives them something that they don't have in the receiver room, and that is straight line speed. He's going to be able to run crossers. He's going to be able to be twitchy. You can do some like RPO stuff with him and Tua. You can do jet sweeps. It makes all the sense in the world for Jalen Waddle to go to Miami. And what this leaves for the Minnesota Vikings, Fields is still on the board. It is now pick 7. There's almost no chance in hell that Detroit makes that trade with Minnesota. But it also pushes Sewell down the board. It pushes Slater down.
But Detroit might want Penei Sewell.
Well, I'm talking
Or
what
Micah Parsons.
this number 6 pick does. It pushes them down the board at least one more spot.
If Matt Patricia were still there, it'd be Micah Parsons for the Lions for sure.
Oh, it'd be 100% Micah Parsons. And it still could be because they are weak at linebacker. They lost Jared Davis. They don't have a Kyle Van Noy. They don't have Jamie Collins. They don't have anything really at linebacker.
If Parsons makes it past Detroit, who do you think picks him up? New York? The Giants?
If who?
If
I have Parsons going all the way down to the Raiders, but again, I could be way wrong. Obviously, I'm not no expert. I'm just a stupid fan that's trying to get a shirtsy out of this deal. But but like in reality, he's a top 10 talent. You know, I thought maybe at one point in time I had the Broncos mock to the Broncos. You know, prior to realizing that they know that Locke's not the answer, so they're going to probably take a quarterback, I assume. So yeah, I mean, he could fall anywhere from that range. I don't think he's going to go. He's not going to go to the Panthers. He's not going to go to the Lions. I don't think they have bigger needs. And yeah, so I think he's going to have a little bit of a free fall, honestly.
I heard today that the Giants are interested in him.
Yep, the
Easily
Giants,
could be.
The only 2 days, pro days that Joe Judge attended were Miami, Jalen Phillips, and Penn State, Micah Parsons. And they're an old school team. They like to meet guys face to face, have conversations. Like Dave Gettleman, Joe Judge, they're just old school dudes. And I think Micah Parsons is easily in play at 11. I have him at 19 on my big board, tied with my linebacker 1, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah out of Notre Dame. And I think I have him to the Patriots at 15 if the Patriots don't trade up. Like, Micah Parsons screams New England Patriot because of his versatility and the ability to use him in multiple spots. Him, Kyle Van Noy, and Dante Hightower on the second level is disgusting. So that's something to keep an eye on. And if the Patriots aren't able to trade up and get a quarterback, that's something to really think about as far as how it could impact the Vikings.
Well, you talk about trades. I sort of expected one by now. We haven't seen any.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's coming.
I think that that kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier, Dave. People aren't willing to give up 2022 capital because it's worth so much more than this draft because of how many players are going to be available for teams to select.
Flip, you muted yourself.
Looks like his camera.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is.
You're back.
There we go.
Yo, so I got a question.
Yeah.
Who do we not want Detroit to pick right now? Because we're going to play this guy twice. So
Parsons, probably. Oh,
So I
want
think
them to play?
the best case scenario is I would want them to take Devonta Smith.
Okay. So you think Dantzler can hang with this guy?
Yeah. If Dantzler can hang with Jamar Chase, he can hang with Devonta Smith. My biggest concern when it comes to Devonta Smith, he is ranked highly on my board, but I don't know where I would take him because he's 166 pounds, soaking wet, and he hasn't been able to put on any weight at basically the NFL's 33rd team in Alabama because they have the facilities, the coaching staff, the strength and conditioning program to match up with the NFL. He's not on my board, but if a corner like Stephon Gilmore punches him in the mouth and he's not in an offense that creates space for him, I'm worried about his projection. So if I were to want them to take anyone, it's probably Devonta Smith, and I'll be there, or I'll be fine eating my words if I'm wrong and he ends up being really successful. But I don't want to take a bet on that kind of outlier.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, hey, I'm going to tell you, I've done the least amount of draft prep I've ever done, and my boys Ryan and Matt know that I typically don't do that much draft prep. So I'm just here for the good times, y'all, and to make sure that Aaron Rodgers gets traded.
What are you drinking?
Yes.
I'm drinking the Woodford Reserve. I'm drinking the Woodford Reserve. You know, standard.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but you got ice in it.
Lions pick is in. Lions pick's in.
Oh shit. If I want to go back to Ian's question, at what point do we think that Fields is truly a possibility? As soon as Denver's off the clock, I think it's a real possibility.
I also think it's a possibility at 8. I mean, I don't know if we'll want to give up that much capital, but I think we make the call. I bet we make the call just to see what it is.
One of the guys that I collaborate with at Blue Chip Scouting, his name is Jared Feinberg. You can find him at JRod NFL Draft. He lives in North Carolina. He is kind of a Panthers guru. He thinks they're taking Justin Fields tonight. So take that for what it's worth. They're really not committed to Sam Darnold. They haven't, to my knowledge, actually exercised the 2nd-year or 5th-year option yet. Something to think about.
Who the Lions picked?
They took,
and my comp for Fields was Deshaun Watson, and they were heavy in on that Deshaun Watson until all that allegation stuff happened. So it makes a lot of sense. I had him mocked there for a while there until I just said, they're going to take Rashawn Slater, but
the top tackle is off the board.
Yep.
Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell.
Really, really solid pick for the Detroit Lions. Depending on what your situation is, you can play him at guard if you need to for a year or two. But him and Taylor Decker bookending your offensive line is going to create a pocket for Jared Goff where he's actually going to be able to just facilitate the football. I think it, as far as not only just building for the future, but building for success this year, Penei Sewell was a fantastic selection. And we may have to actually, depending on how the rest of this draft goes, we may have to worry about the Lions having actually fixed their issues. Because I believe in Brad Holmes. Look, we just have to be honest here, Dave.
Yeah.
We have to be honest here because I'm going to give you no filter. I'm going to tell you what I feel. I think just kind of what they've shown so far this year that the Lions may have finally found their general manager.
Well, I agree long term. Maybe it's not 2021, but 2022. I like what the Lions have done in terms of a 3-year build rather than a 1-year build. So I'll give you that. Brad Holmes making some moves.
So you think
go ahead.
Like back in, what was it, the 80s, before Brett Favre, the Packers were so bad. They were so bad for a long time.
The 80s? What were the 80s like?
Hey, they were a great decade. Trust me, Flip, they were awesome. That Detroit might actually have a chance here in the next few years. And I agree, they're building, and they're doing a good job building so far. So,
well, does that make you want to go edge, though? Because we've got Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell on Detroit. The Vikings could really use that other edge rusher.
They could, be it Phillips or...
They could use a quarterback, too, Flip.
They could use a quarterback, too. I would be ecstatic.
Until it's not an option, I don't want to hear any other options. Until it's not an option.
Until Fields is off the board.
Slater's still on the board.
This edge class is not top heavy. It's deep. You can get really good guys into round 3 and 4. So I don't think they need to panic and take an edge right away. I would prefer to take one in round 2 because of where the glut of the talent is. But I'll tell you this. If it means I can have Peyton Turner and I have to take him at 14, I'll take him at 14. It's not a value that I just want. Anyways, there's just – oh, there goes my light.
Okay. Hey, I agree with Freddie. BB for Rodgers.
Poor Chad Beebe, just the 12, the number 12 is precious. It's like taking 35 away from Marcus Sherrills, man.
Mm-hmm. Can't do it.
Can't do it?
Guys,
all right, tell me. I just said the 80s were a great decade. that aged me. What do you think of the new
Yeah.
rules about the numbers?
Oh, I love it. I mean, Tom Brady doesn't like it, but I personally love it. I think it's what the NFL did wrong like 5-10 years ago. They just got too strict. They made it to where football just like, we obviously will continue to watch it because we're football fans, but there was like less fun to it when they brought back touchdown celebrations, when they let you change numbers. It just broadens the fans' experience. And I think that's what we need. We need more of that fan experience. And I don't care. Tom Brady's got like a year or two left. Like, if he wants to be all crabby about it, who gives a shit? Get out of here. Let the young people enjoy Patrick Peterson wearing number 7. I think I just saw today that Leonard Fournette is going back to 7. So is Tom Brady going to sit down and have a conversation with him? Like, get off your high horse and enjoy it. Rant done.
Yeah.
I love that.
Preach.
I'm actually going to disagree because
Cut him off, Dave.
I do like the single digit numbers, but I feel like they could be doing it better because like what I want to see is like Justin Jefferson wearing number 2 going against Jair Alexander also wearing number 2. I feel like linebackers and running backs should have the same number. Receivers and cornerbacks should have the same number. Offensive linemen and defensive linemen should have the same number. So you can kind of like, it's easier to explain the game for somebody who's never really watched by saying like, those are 2 big numbers, so they go against each other. And then the 2 small numbers also go against each other. That's kind of my thing. But yeah, put them all in single digits.
But big guys don't look good with a single digit. They need double.
You don't like that Eric Hendricks wearing number 6?
No, it should be. And it was always when obviously I'm old. When I grew up, it was always the little guys wore little numbers and the big guys wore big numbers. And it made sense. And it worked perfect. And you could tell by a number generally what position, offense or defense, he could play. Yeah, he may be a fullback, he may be an H-back, he may be whatever. In the 50s, were always reserved for centers and linebackers, right? It's just, and the 60s were guards, 70s were tackles, 80s were wide receivers, the 90s got defensive tackles, and it made sense.
I'm doing a live stream for the NFL draft. You get home
Did
today?
you mute him, Dave?
Or you get down there?
No, he didn't mute him. I could mute him.
Here's what I'll say about the big guys' little numbers here, Dave.
What's that?
I generally agree with you, but I love watching that number 7 Ronnie Perkins whoop up on Florida's ass during that bowl game. So I'm going to disagree because I like seeing 7 at Oklahoma destroy anyone he went against. So, but outside of that, I agree with you for the most part.
Now, when you open up the numbers, it gets fun because you can start doing like Justin Fields number 1, Justin Jefferson number 2, Adam Thielen number 3, and Dalvin Cook number 4.
I can deal with that. You
can start mixing it up like that.
That's your weapons.
Yeah.
But to see a big old 200 or 300 pound lineman with number 7 on seems weird.
Can I go on a small rant?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So here we are. The Panthers are at pick 8 here. And it says they have a minute to pick still on my board. I haven't seen anything come across.
Yeah, I think I have pick is in. So if fans in the comments, if you know the pick, don't worry about spoiling it for us. Just throw it up there. Who got picked? We'll talk about it.
Yeah, you guys on cable get.
Damn, I was hoping it would be pick traded to the Vikings for Justin Fields.
Well, let's see. Before I do my rant, I kind of want to see what the actual pick is, because that could change things on which way I go in my rant.
Are you sad about Teddy?
No. I'm happy for Teddy. I think Denver is a good spot for him. I'll go on my rant. The Vikings consistently live in this world of mediocrity where we'll always continue to pick in this like 14 to 22 range, right? Some years you might be a little lower. You might be in the late 20s. Some years maybe you'll hit 10, 9, whatever. Very rarely do we hit that top 5. You are within 5 picks of a freaking franchise quarterback.
Let's go. Come on. That's what I'm saying.
Trajectory
you don't have the cojones
franchise.
to trade up.
Pull
Come
the
on,
damn
Slick
trigger
Rick. Do your
right
shit,
now.
man.
Get Peyton on the damn phone. I don't care what you have to send him. Go get Justin Fields. I'm sick of this shit.
My former
I
partners,
don't want to tackle.
Drew and Ted, would call it the king of the dipshit teams. We're always on the edge of getting into playoffs. And then we might win one every once in a while, or always on the edge of missing the playoffs. We're the best of the worst.
Guys, it's just lining up perfectly. JC Horn's gone to the
we
Panthers.
gotta go, because
Go get Fields.
Denver's gonna take him though.
What are we gonna
Denver
do with
might
Justin
take Mac
Fields?
Jones.
What are we even gonna do with him?
Well, I have to buy
Nothing.
Myles
We
a
don't
jersey.
even know what type of offense we run.
Well, we will next year. We'll hire a guy specifically for Justin Fields next year when Zimmer's gone. Like this is the plan. It's a whole thing.
Is it like so you don't even care about scheme fit?
No,
one
mute
little
Tyler.
No
bit.
longer
Tyler.
Tyler.
Okay, there we go. All right.
No, that was me
Sorry,
when you
I-
got on the phone.
Oh, I had my mic muted. Could you hear me?
No, you didn't. Yeah, Mike was wide open.
Oh shit! I'm
We
sorry.
didn't hear
It
much.
was my dad. Yeah, my dad just flew down to Houston. We're
Ooh.
moving my grandma up from Texas, so he's going to pick up her car and drive it home. All right, so let's start
Dream
JC
is still
Horn,
alive,
boys.
Ian. You're right.
All right, so I'm a little surprised by this going defense after spending all 7 picks last year on defense. Let me tell you about JC Horn. I heard you guys mention Joe Horn being his dad. He's got that same swagger. He's got that same dog in him where he's just gonna fight you, and he's gonna be like that pesky like dog. He's just gonna bite your ankles and knees, and he's just gonna be annoying all the way down the field. And he's a press corner. He's physical. He's got ball skills. He's going to be an alpha on the outside for the Carolina Panthers. And the fact that this means that the dream is still alive for Justin Fields is fantastic for us. This is the worry spot, though, with Denver.
Mm-hmm. Denver's on the
We
clock.
need to not get our hopes up because
They're already up.
Trade
They're
Denver
not
Kirk
far
Cousins
up.
right now. Damn it.
Ian
You know
Horn
what?
was mine too.
The hopes are not up, y'all. If Justin Fields falls to 14, then the Vikings are gonna pass on him too.
For sure. 100%.
You know, like the hopes are
Stop
not
it,
up.
Flip. We had Doogie on last night, and he said that this isn't verbatim what he said, but just a general sense, the Vikings don't feel like there's going to be quarterbacks there at 14. This has changed everything. Like, there's only 5 picks left. God, I hope they don't take Mac Jones. But if someone wants to, if the Patriots want to trade up and come get a quarterback, I feel like they maybe go Mac Jones over Justin Fields.
I think so. I think they want that Tom Brady type, you know?
Well, this is the last possible pick. I mean, Cowboys aren't going to do it. Giants probably aren't going to do it.
Philly won't do it.
So then you're putting
Don't
well.
say, hey, hold on. Let's not say no to Philly.
But
They're the QB factory.
But
Can I ask you
there's
guys a question?
also
Yeah.
trades.
So I quote tweeted Doogie, and I said, Rick, pick up the phone and call George. He said, cost is a 2022 first.
Do it.
He doesn't just spit that stuff out.
Oh, that's
Do
you
it.
do that all day if you know what you're going
Easy.
to do with him. But you gotta have a plan for this guy. You gotta know.
Take over
the
Sit for a year. Trade
Okay.
Kirk next offseason.
Okay.
Get an offensive coordinator, or an offensive-minded coach, Brian Duvall, Eric Bieniemy,
So you're done
Lincoln
with Clint
Riley.
Kubiak. You're done with
Yes.
Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, I don't even need to see what we got in Clint Kubiak to know I'm done with it. And then you bring in one of those proven guys, and then you build your team, your offense and your team around Justin Fields. And guys
so-
like Duvall and Bieniemy and Lincoln Riley can do that.
Okay,
Now,
so
if
Justin
that-
Fields, you're not running Kubiak Shanahan offense with Justin Fields.
I mean, you might. I mean,
Yeah,
just whatever the head coach of our next head coach wants to do, that's what you're going to do.
What if our next head coach wants to pick a quarterback to run his scheme? and Justin Fields doesn't fit it.
Justin Fields fits any
can
scheme.
fit any scheme.
Also,
Any scheme.
I'm not worried about what
That's
we're
where
going to
you
do with
completely
Fields.
lose
Just
me.
get him.
That's where you completely lose
Just
me.
go get him.
All right,
What do you mean?
Let's break it down
Tell me
quick,
why.
all right?
Flip, tell me why.
There's not a single
Why-
quarterback in the league that fits every scheme. Like the Buccaneers had to adjust their offense over the course of the season to fit their quarterback in order to win the Super Bowl, and that was Tom Brady. There's not a quarterback in the league that is scheme independent.
Tom Brady doesn't have Justin Fields' traits, though, Flip.
Exactly. So you build an offense to those traits, and an offense that isn't built. Like look at what the Texans did with
Wait,
Deshaun
dude, flip. That's exactly what I just said, though. You bring in you bring in an offensive mind that's creative enough to utilize his skill set the best. That's what I said. So I think a DeBall or a Bieniemy can do that.
Okay, but DeBall or Bieniemy might not want that type of quarterback. So ultimately, right now, your offensive coordinator is Clint Kubiak. If you believe in Justin Fields and you're saying that is a happy marriage right there, that Clint Kubiak's going to run an offense that suits Justin Fields. That's why the Jets took Zach Wilson. That's why the 49ers felt comfortable taking Trey Lance. The scheme was part of the conversation. So we can't sit here and say that the scheme isn't the part of the conversation for the Vikings. It has to be.
Neither one of us is saying that it isn't, Flip. I'm saying that what Justin Fields brings to the table with his skill set, with his arm talent, with his mobility, with his ability to run the football, make progressions down the field, and do all these things.
Throw accurately.
He can be scheme diverse. There is going to be a scheme that he's best fit for, but he can fit in a wide zone. He can fit in an aerial attack. He can fit in an option-based offense. He can do an air raid, run and shoot.
What scheme would you run with Justin Fields? What scheme would you run with Justin Fields?
What scheme would I run with him? I would probably prefer to run an Eric Oriel system. But I could run a wide zone with him and feel very comfortable with it.
And what offensive coordinators currently run the Eric Oriel system in the NFL right now? What successful ones?
Right now, Scott Turner. That's the only one I know for sure.
Okay, so we're bringing Norv's son back, and then we're rolling Justin Fields. Great. See, that's all I wanted. I just want scheme to be part of the conversation.
Now, I wanted to get into what
part of the conversation.
Well, Ian says he's surprised there's no trades. I'm surprised there's no trades already.
Yeah, I agree.
This clock is ticking down, though.
But there's about to be one right now, and it's going to be the Vikings.
George and Rick are on the phone together.
Now, I want to address Raymond talked about, do we think Kirk can win if we had a good O-line? I think we will do a lot better on offense, and yes, we could possibly win it. The problem with Kirk Cousins, as we all know, is he's got some flaws, but the big deal is his money, and next year he will be the second highest paid quarterback in the league, and that hurts, especially when you're trying to build for the long term. We have not had that franchise quarterback that we can rely on for a long time since Tarkenton, or, you could go earlier than that or later than that. But it would take a very, very good line and that defense getting very good for us to have a chance. But anything can happen.
Denver's trying to get out of this draft pick.
Here we go.
Broncos pick is in.
It does say the pick is in.
They're making the pick.
Damn.
They don't have Aaron Rodgers yet.
Hey, we traded you there for this reason, to trade us this pick, and you did us dirty.
It's Fields, Micah Parsons, or Patrick Surtain II. It's one of those three. I don't think it can be. It's going to be anyone else.
The dream is dead.
If it's
Surtain.
Fields.
No Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is still on the Packers.
Yeah,
all right, well,
disgruntled.
Let's put it this way. Fields in 2-3 years, with how well that team is built, how well that defense is schemed up by Vic Fangio,
they're going to dominate.
That's a Super Bowl contender.
Where do you
see
see
that?
that?
Super Bowl contender this year.
I'm not seeing Fields being the one taken.
Wait, what do you say, Flip?
Pat Shurmur coaching Justin Fields is a Super Bowl contender.
Are you sure it's have you gotten confirmation?
I'm sorry. I got duped. It's Patrick Surtain.
Oh, my God.
That's who I
you
see.
serious, dude?
I'm sorry.
Broncos take a corner.
Hey, get this dude off the air, man. What's he doing?
Well, they got their defense improves. I can't.
Oh, yo,
Okay.
Ryan's face.
So, hey, guys, we need to talk about this because this is going to be a big talking point. This is absolute worst case scenario for the Dallas Cowboys. They desperately need a corner. The top 2 corners are now gone.
Yes.
And there isn't good value for a cornerback until you get to the back end of the team.
Hey,
and that is
hold on,
Greg
unless-
Newsome the second.
Unless they're comfortable with Caleb Farley's medicals.
And
'Cause
I'm
he
not, I'm
is-
not gonna,
Yes.
oh,
We
he's my
don't know
CB1
that
by
though.
It's
Like
a
far.
trade down.
Like
It's the first. This
us
is the
as
first trade of the
fans
draft.
and speculative, whatever. We don't know the medicals. If Caleb Farley is healthy, he easily could be the pick here because that dude has all the skill to be a dominant cornerback in this league.
Yeah, but so here's the
God,
thing for
Matt,
the Broncos.
with the
Sorry,
man.
not the Broncos.
You owe Matt. You owe Ryan like some serious, like a massage envy gift card or something, man. The
I can give
stress
him a
on
massage
his
for
face.
sure.
Oh, this is bad.
When we all get
So-
together for a drink, yeah, you owe me one.
All right, here's the big thing because the Cowboys
Rashawn
have the top
Slater's
2
still on
corners
the
off the
board.
board. Top 2 corners are off. This is a prime trade back spot. I would expect Dallas to try and trade down, get some more capital, and then they can go and take Greg Newsome. I don't think they're taking Devonta Smith. Rashawn Slater's a maybe. They're not taking an edge rusher. Like this is an absolute doomsday scenario for the Dallas Cowboys. And
Hey, I know a
would
trade
expect
partner.
to trade.
I got a trade partner for him.
Okay, I think at this point we
Hold on,
have
stop,
to say go ahead.
Chad Graff. There's a growing chance Justin Fields is there at 14. Oh shit, sorry. I'm done. I'm muting myself.
Is that another dupe?
No, he's just messing
I
with you
didn't
now.
get Duke, but I thought Chad was going to give us some scoops here.
Man.
I'll just shut up. I'll shut up. I'm just too
I
excited.
got a quick question.
Shut down Twitter. We got the fans in the comments for Twitter.
Is
They're
Mac
not fast
Jones
enough,
becoming his own meme?
Yes, Mac Jones is just
Okay.
a douche.
He's just Kirk Cousins with DUIs.
Exactly.
Yo, if we go,
He's an edgy Kirk Cousins.
what's that guy's name? Elijah Austin Vera Tucker. If we take that guy now, like with
I'd
how
be
the
so
board's
mad.
fallen.
I'll be so mad. But I can't believe, I mean, what? We have to compete against trade up offers for what? The Patriots, the
No, don't.
Saints.
football team, and for the Bears.
And
If
I'll
we
say this.
and they're desperate for a quarterback versus us.
If Fields is on the board at 14 and the Vikings pass on him, fire everyone. They don't deserve to be employed. It's
I
Dude,
mean,
you're
you're
now.
basically saying there's a
That's
95% chance you want to fire everybody.
Raymond,
Yes.
Raymond,
Well, we
Raymond,
have
I
before
agree
the
with
draft,
you
but-
that they need to be playing for their, they need to be coaching and playing for their jobs. Rick trading up or selecting Justin Fields might save his job.
They're not picking him. I hate to be the negative Nancy here, but
Dude,
I don't want to see
yeah,
three
you
men.
gotta-
I don't
you
want
gotta
to
miss me
see
with
three
that
grown
energy
men
right now,
cry.
Cliff.
I don't want to see three grown men cry. If they pick him,
you're not going to see me cry, but
all
I'm
about
going
it.
to rant.
Dude, I might cry.
I hope they pick him. I hope
Adam
to pick him.
Schefter, Dallas is likely to trade out of number 10.
Yep.
Yeah, I just
Yep.
saw that.
to 14.
Yeah,
Come on
verified.
now.
All right, y'all. Looks like our pick
If
is
we-
up in 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to let y'all have fun.
No,
Oh, you're not.
Flip,
No, you gotta stay.
You can't.
Flip for the
you
pick.
cannot.
You could
You-
take a
you
quick,
are here until we
30
pick.
seconds to go run to the head or something. But
All right. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be here.
all right,
I'll be here.
Eagles
Man.
traded up with the Cowboys.
really?
Are they
In our
going
division?
Fields?
Wait,
Or are
what?
they going Smith? Eagles
might
have
go
No,
traded
Smith.
up.
wait. The
the
Eagles
Cowboys.
actually traded with the Cowboys.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
What?
Are they going Devonta Smith?
Smith or hey, maybe they want Fields, and that's a competition between him and Hurts.
Oh my God. The Eagles and Cowboys traded What the fuck is going on? The world's exploding right now.
Cats and dogs living together, sleeping
Dude,
together.
we got him. How did we not move up for Fields, man? I need him. I need him in my life. The main reason I want him is because Myles will have to give Matt a jersey.
Wow.
Or Matt will have to
vice
give Myles a
versa.
jersey. Sorry, flip that.
All right, so I wonder, this has got to be, I don't think it's Fields. It's got to be Parsons or Smith because those are two big Giants targets, and I feel like they're trying to jump the Giants to get their pick.
It's got to be Smith. It's got to be.
I cannot believe that the Eagles and Cowboys just made a
I
trade.
can't believe that either. Interdivision rivals, they hate each other.
Well, I will say the Vikings and Lions have precedent because the Vikings traded down in, I think, 2013.
Yeah,
they
but we
traded.
don't hate the Lions.
No, it was earlier than that. It was like
pity them.
2010. Yeah.
I hate the
But
Lions.
we traded
when they
from
did.
30 to 34.
Well, Eagles gave up 12 and 84 for pick 10. So
Swap
Oh,
one and a
that is-
third. Thank you, Clifford. I was curious
So-
about that.
any trade now, when you think about the Vikings, we're talking pick 14 and probably 90, maybe 78 if the team gets greedy. But I think if that's the cost it takes to move up and snag your quarterback of the future, that's pennies.
Yeah. But we're also talking about the Minnesota Vikings, so who knows?
But our
I'll
first
say this
trade-
much. To pick up pick 84 when it's a doomsday scenario, both corners are off the board. Look, this is a massive, massive win for the Dallas Cowboys. They can get Ifeatu Melifonwu in round 2 and thrive with that cover 2 scheme. And now they go down 2 spots, and maybe they trade down again and get more capital. Like, this is a win for the Dallas Cowboys considering how bad the board fell for them. Because, like, we're talking the fact that they didn't get Surtain. Because Surtain was mocked to the Cowboys by literally everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone. Like, this is the best part about draft day. It is the ultimate reality show, guys. And Fields being on the board, we could be talking about a Brady Quinn slide, an Aaron Rodgers slide, and whichever side of the coin he ends up falling on, being a bust or being incredible. Like, we're going to talk about this for a while.
The only part of Justin Fields potentially going to the Vikings that makes me sad is that means tonight I will spend $200 because I promised Myles that if we got Justin Fields, I would buy him a jersey, and I'm sure as hell not buying just one.
You said you're going to buy 3, I thought, for the whole happy hour crew.
No.
No? Oh, no?
Not made of money.
Got to get one for the producer, too. At least a T-shirt. I'll take a T-shirt.
Yeah, he'll be
These
ordering
schools
them
about
from
to draft
China
one
at that
quarterback?
point.
Oh, my goodness.
Did I hear Flip?
I thought so.
get-
Devontae Smith.
Yeah,
Eagles
hold on,
take
Flip.
Devontae Smith.
Let's go. Let's go. I'll be back.
That's the attitude I'm talking about, Flip.
I'll be back.
Who'll be back? Flip.
Devonta Smith. I love it.
Oh, my gosh.
That leaves
tell us
Jalen
about Devonta
Phillips.
Smith, Tyler.
So they just picked Devontae?
Yep.
So Devonta Smith, I mean, yeah, Tyler, you can probably provide some more in depth. I just didn't think he'd be available to us, so I didn't really even do much scouting on him. But you know, I think that's a high risk, high reward type player, just given the fact that he does have that size issue. But there's been players in this league that have thrived at that size, or maybe not that light, but you know, been able to thrive in this league.
Look, Ryan, I apologize. I'm going to cut you off. There's nobody who's thrived at that size, and nobody who's come close to thriving at that size. This is why you're betting on an extreme outlier. But I'll tell you this, the film is incredible. The film is fantastic. He can do literally everything you want from a receiver. He can separate with technique. He can separate with a little bit of speed. He can go up with incredible body control and catch the football. But what he can't do is be physical. What he can't do is run through contact. And because of his light size and his inability to put weight on at Alabama, I don't expect him to be able to put weight on it in the NFL. And you're going to be betting on him to be able to do the same things in college when he's not going to be in that friendly of a scheme. And for me, it's tough. The talent is there. There's a reason why he's still my wide receiver 3, but it's scary. I don't necessarily know if I would want to make that bet. If I'm a general manager, I'm probably not putting my ass on the line to take him this high. But the film speaks for itself. The talent is really good. Clifford, Anthony Carter was a lot faster than Devonta Smith. He was a burner. Devonta Smith is not. Devonta Smith's a possession receiver. That's why they're two different things.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think. Comments. Hey, nice shirt.
Giants are having trade talks at 11. Giants are having trade talks.
Come on, please to us.
We are very close to Rashawn Slater or Justin Fields.
We don't need no Slater.
You know
we
the
need
answer,
Fields.
though.
Just any non-Fields talk is slander on the Clown the Pocket live draft.
Until he is off the board.
Until he's off the board, it's all Fields here.
You disagree, Tyler?
For which one?
We're saying until Fields is off the board, that is the only prospect right now for the Vikings.
Yeah. Look, I'm all in on a quarterback, but we also need to temper our expectations. We need to really consider Jalen Phillips, Elijah Vera Tucker, and a trade down. Like, if Fields is sitting there at 14 and somebody comes and offers us like high capital for next year, Rick Spielman's taking it, and we're gonna have to understand that could be a thing. Like,
so he's getting capital for next year for a different GM, because he ain't around if we don't do well this year. So unless he takes a quarterback of the future,
I think Spielman's more likely to be around than Zimmer. Because, and I said it talking with Dave on Monday, that it's almost impossible to hit all three of a new starting quarterback, head coach, and GM. You're likely going to keep Spielman and get rid of Zimmer. Because Spielman is Zimmer's boss.
Both Spielman and Zimmer are confident that we're going to make the playoffs.
Oh, fuck, they're taking Fields. Guys, it's over.
I hope they take Mack.
I'm sorry.
They might take Mack.
No, they won't. Sorry, guys, we need to live with the expectation. There is no way Matt Nagy is going to sit there and want Mac Jones when Justin Fields is going to be able to maximize his offense. It's Fields. We're going to play him twice a year. And here's the biggest thing. If this trade is actually a thing, Dave Gettleman traded down for the first time. That's a bigger story.
People are saying that right now.
This is a big bounty. If it's a trade down, he got a lot for it.
Yeah, because that's a good amount.
Yeah.
Do we know what it is yet? Mm-mm. I mean, they're going for a quarterback, right? If we have to face Justin Fields twice a year,
dude, they might take Mac Jones, though. They might.
Okay. I love it.
That's not what I'm seeing.
Giants got a future first-round pick in this trade down.
Yeah, this is a big bounty. This is Fields to the Bears, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
A first, fifth.
If it's Mac Jones, I'm going to laugh.
How much? What's the trade?
First,
dude, we can't say it's Fields
year,
for sure because they took Mitch Trubisky.
Fourth next year.
Yeah,
so first and fifth, first and fourth.
That's a quarterback trade. That is a quarterback trade, and there's two quarterbacks on the board.
When you give up a first like that, future first.
What I'm saying is that this Bears team took Mitch Trubisky, so anything's possible.
Well, the fact that the Vikings
could did not take Trubisky, that's something to be aware of.
Pasted.
I just like, again, Rick and Zim they're really happy with the board right now. Not just Fields, but Slater's still there.
But Slater's gone at 13, guaranteed. I mean, like, he gone.
So this is where it's interesting, right? Because if Fields does go here, then I'm team trade back. Like, I don't want to trade up and get Slater at 12.
Slater's the only pick at 14.
Yep, for sure. I agree. And honestly, I mean, even if Slater's there, I want to trade back. I know that'll be like You know, a lot of people are in love with Slater. I'm not, and I know Tyler, you're here with me on this. I'm not 100% confident that Slater is going to be a high caliber tackle in this league. I think he'll be, middle of the road, maybe even slightly above average, but I don't think he's going to be a high caliber tackle. I actually have a better feeling about Darisaw personally. I think Slater is going to be a great guard. I think he's going to be a phenomenal guard in this league.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, there it is.
They pick Fields.
Raymond
Here
believes
come
it.
the grown men tears.
I haven't seen it.
All right.
They pick Fields.
Yep.
So
Justin Fields go to the Chicago Bears.
Take it away, Tyler.
I hate
All right,
that.
so Justin Fields was always the 1B to Trevor Lawrence's 1A. And the fact that he's here at 11, honestly, is an abomination. He's an incredible, incredible player at the quarterback position. He can read his progressions. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's accurate. He's able to make solid reads. He can work through his third and fourth progressions consistently. He can run the football. He's built like Cam Newton. Like, this is a prototype quarterback. Like, Ryan's compliment was Deshaun Watson. Mine was Dante Culpepper. I loved what Justin Fields brings to a football team, and we are going to have nightmares, the fact that we're going to play the Bears with Justin Fields at quarterback twice a year for the next decade.
Can I say something quick?
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins went from potentially being the best quarterback in the division this weekend, with Aaron Rodgers potentially getting traded away, to now being back to third. Son of a...
Oh, no. Fields isn't going to come in as a rookie and surpass him. Bullshit.
You wait another year,
better.
the Lions will have the first overall pick in 2022. So
taking Spencer Rattler, I get it. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I've got a buddy who's a massive Lions fan who's also an Ohio State guy. He is upset.
I would be too.
Well, I wonder how Ted's feeling right now.
This is the trade back scenario. The question I have for you, Tyler, is who's on the board right now that other teams are going to trade up for? Because that's my fear. We might be stuck at 14. Takes two to dance.
Yes, it does.
Mac Jones, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Rashawn Slater.
I think Slater goes on 13 to the Chargers.
Probably. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Micah Parsons, Mac Jones. Look, as much as I don't like Mac Jones and we kind of crap on him, having a quarterback on a rookie deal, like Mac Jones' ceiling is probably like Kirk Cousins. Having Kirk Cousins on a rookie deal would be incredible right now. He's a really good quarterback. It's all about the money. So if you're able to maximize a winning window with a guy like Mac Jones, think of the Washington football team. They need a long-term quarterback. They have an elite defense. You plug Mac Jones in there, sitting behind Ryan Fitzpatrick for a year, you got 4 years of a rookie deal. That's a great value.
All right. So, Ryan, I know you're raw right now, but I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
It's 14 and Mac Jones is on the board. Do you pick Mac Jones or do you trade back?
Trade back. I mean, Mac Jones is my QB7, so I'm not about Mac Jones. I'd rather have Davis Mills. I'd rather have Kellen Mond. I'm not about Mac Jones.
All right, so the QB dream is done. We don't want a quarterback anymore.
Well, not
I do in
not
the mid
until-
rounds. I'd love Mond or Mills in the third if they're still there. I don't know if they will be, but I would love them in the third for sure.
But today
QB dream's dead. There's no point in drafting a quarterback at this point. The top four guys are gone. Everything else is day 2, day 3. And again, Mond is my next quarterback up, and he's got a lot of question marks because he's had a lot of opportunity, and he showed to be very inconsistent. Can we mute him? And he's been very inconsistent, but he's got the traits and the skills and the tools to really be a high caliber quarterback, in my opinion. I think he goes day 2, or I think he goes second round. For Davis Mills, I actually like Davis Mills. I think Davis Mills is a Kirk Cousins-esque type quarterback. So it's similar to so I think Tyler had said that Mac Jones is ceiling is Kirk Cousins, I think his ceiling is Andy Dalton. So where Davis Mills, I think his ceiling is Kirk Cousins. So I'm excited about Mills. I think he'd be an intriguing add in the third round if he's still there. I doubt he will be, but maybe. And so that's where I would target quarterback going forward here is either Mills or Mond in day 2 with one of those thirds.
If the Vikings are going to make a move on Slater, it's right now.
I gotta say, the fans in the comments aren't as sold on Justin Fields as the people with the mics right now. So it's gonna be okay, y'all. It's gonna be okay.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not claiming to be an expert at all. I act. I mean, you guys know me here at Climbing the Pocket. I act off of passion. I act off of bias. I act off of all that. So. I have a strong feeling about Fields. It's a gut feeling, and usually my gut is almost never right because my gut always tells me Oklahoma players are going to be amazing, and they're always mediocre at best. But I have a gut feeling about Justin Fields. I think he's going to be a great quarterback. I think the Bears. I think the only thing that can hurt Justin Fields in this situation is I'm not a big Nagy believer. So we'll see how he can groom him to be the next guy. The good thing, he's put into a position to do well. He doesn't need to play right away. They have Dalton. They have Foles. Who knows how long if they'll keep both of those guys, but he has those senior quarterbacks to be able to learn from and to take this in and groom him slowly and give him the time he may need to adjust. But I think he could have stepped in day 1 and do well too. So we'll see who wins that QB battle.
I think, Ryan, the big thing with the Matt Nagy play calling is he hasn't really had a quarterback he's felt comfortable to actually run his complete system. And now that he has Fields, I think we're going to really start to see more of what Nagy actually wants to do as a play caller rather than adjusting to the quarterbacks that he has to deal with. And I think that's going to be really big moving forward.
How many games does Justin Fields start next year, if you had to guess?
You got to remember who's in
next year?
Quarterback.
Next year. 10 starts. Okay.
As soon as they're out of the playoff picture or like they have a good feeling they're out of the playoff picture, he's going in. So it could be 10, it could be 8, it could be, 7. They almost made the playoffs last year with Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles. So
you got to remember Chicago's got Andy Dalton and who else? Nick Foles over there.
And Nick Foles, yep.
So Dalton,
for
Dallas.
Ian, you had mentioned Jamie Newman as an option on day 3. Day 3 for sure. I have a lot. I like him. I guess he's got a lot of concerns. I know Tyler, you're much more down on Jamie Newman than I am. He's got quite a bit of concerns, but I mean, again, if you're talking day 3, I mean, I don't mind spending a pick there and seeing if you can get all of the emphasize all the tools that he does bring to the table and try to, help him between the ears to learn the game a little bit better and make better decisions. But I'm a big fan of Newman going into this year. He didn't impress as much as I was hoping he would. So take it for what it is. Again, when you're talking day 3, throwing those darts and hoping that you hit one is totally great.
Dallas has selected Micah Parsons.
Parsons?
Yeah.
I mean, Jalen Smith. They have
Leighton
Vander Esch. I mean, damn.
He's got Dalvin Cook gonna take Parsons to school next year. Ain't nobody worried about that. Ain't nobody worried. Matt, how far are you okay? Like the Vikings trading back is an option. So how far?
I think it's.
Can they go back?
I think it's almost. How far am I willing to go back? I mean, it depends on what I get back. If the Ravens are going to give you, like I saw proposed trades out there of 27 and 31, I'd go back that far, honestly. But I think ideally,
that was for like a receiver that's not there anymore.
Right.
Well, Bateman's the best receiver on the board right now, right?
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bateman's my wide receiver too. I love Rashad Bateman.
I don't think he makes it past 20, but how far are you willing to go back?
I think right now the farthest I'd want to go back is probably 19 to 22, 23-ish range. At that point, I still feel
I'd go back to
comfortable.
32.
Well, then that comes back down to like, what are you gonna recoup from moving down? But I think if you move back like 7 to 10 picks, I think there's still good options for the Vikings in that range. There's a lot of crapshoot teams in between us though, so it'll be. I honestly don't know who would be there at that point. I think the most likely option though right now is that Mac Jones is intriguing Washington, and Washington wants to come up and try and get him. In that case, I'm pulling the trigger because I have to believe. I'd be shocked if the Chargers don't take Slater here. I'd be shocked.
This is a situation actually that's kind of a Vikings nightmare in a sense if Slater goes this next pick, because I guess people might trade up for Jones, but you're really hoping that all 5 of those quarterbacks are gone by now. You're really hoping that there is
let Slater go.
A receiver available.
You don't need him.
Well, you
Tyler.
pick Darisaw.
Yeah.
At 14,
I'm a big Darisaw fan. I would love Darisaw at 14, but
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Darisaw is my 13th rated player in this class. I also think that we can get Darisaw on a trade back. So,
I agree.
Look, this offensive tackle class is incredible. Even if we don't take one here and we get a second round pick back, we can take one there. You can get Spencer Braun, who, if you haven't seen his mock draftable, it's incredible how he tested strength wise, athletically. He's the most athletic tackle since 1987 per relative athletic score. I would rather take him than Slater or Elijah Vera Tucker here, and then you can get somebody else who can be an impact player right now.
Yeah. So
anyone but Cosme.
So Tyler, if we just review the first 12 picks of this draft, who made the best pick and who made the worst pick?
Fields was the best pick. As far as value for where you picked him, Fields was far and away the best pick. The best pick is Trevor Lawrence at 1 to the Jaguars. He's a franchise changer. He is on the same echelon of prospects as John Elway and Andrew Luck, and that is special. That's a special territory. Other than that, your Micah Parsons here is a fine pick. Jalen Waddle, fine. Trey Lance, I think, could be a game changer in San Francisco as well. But as far as best value, it's Justin Fields. The fact that he fell to 11.
Who's the worst pick?
The worst? Probably Devonta Smith to the Eagles, and I don't even think it's that bad of a pick. It's just hard for me to bet on an extreme outlier.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody has made a bad selection so far in this draft.
Well, you shouldn't at this high in the draft.
Sir Tank Bronco. So here's at least a third of these teams. So there's at least 4 busts that we've already seen.
Mm-hmm.
If you fast forward 3 years. So
I guess my answers to those, I think the best pick is Trey Lance. And the reason why I'll say that is because the other option that was given to us was Mac Jones. And they dodged a bullet, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
So
I think that's the best pick.
And again, and that's just from what we know. Obviously, maybe the whole time the Niners were talking Trey Lance, and they were just trying to maybe dupe the Jets into overthinking it and taking him instead of Wilson, and maybe Wilson falls or whatever. But so I think that's the best pick, honestly. But again, like Tyler said, the best value is Justin Fields, and I think the worst pick's Micah Parsons, and I think he's very talented. I just don't know if they needed him. I mean, granted, all their linebackers are stay hurt, I guess, but it's just a linebacker in the top 12 just doesn't make sense to me. But I guess all their needs are, all of their options for their needs were taken. All their cornerbacks are taken. You're not taking.
And they already got a trade back.
They didn't have a trade back partner. Nobody wanted to come up to 12. For the price.
Yeah.
And at that point, you just got to take who the best player is on your board. And obviously, that was Micah Parsons. Jason has a question. Who's going to be the most productive in year 1? I think when you kind of look at everybody, I would probably go with Jalen Waddle. Like, I love what Jalen Waddle can do. He's going to be reunited with his college quarterback. He's going to be able to do a lot of gadgety stuff. He's not going to be relied on as the alpha in the room. And I think that's going to help him really work underneath coverages and really be a burner down the field.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess productive, subjective to what you're thinking of, right? So, like from like a numbers standpoint and impact, I would say Kyle Pitts, but Sewell, who's going to go unrecognized a little bit because he's a tackle. I mean, I think that was great value for the Lions. I mean, you have a generational left tackle considered to be, a potential, one of the best tackles in the last few years, and you got him at 7. That's a really good value, I think.
It is really good value.
I think that we should prep fans for maybe not trading back. And here's my reasoning behind that. Even if Slater is taken here, I feel like Rick has kind of showed us or told us in a sense in all of his press conferences that he's confident that with the picks he has on day 2 and day 3, I'm assuming he's had conversations with teams that he's pretty damn confident he can get up into that second round without giving future draft capital. And so I think if Slater's the pick, which the pick is in, and I don't think it's been announced yet.
It's Darius R. Slater, maybe Caleb Farley if they really fell in love with him and his medicals checked out. Because they do
Slater.
need help at corner. They got Slater?
Yep, they got Slater. So
okay.
I think we're looking at Darisaw or Elijah Vera Tucker here.
I think you're looking at both of those guys, but you're also looking at Jalen Phillips and Kwity Paye. And I think one thing that you need to kind of preface with these offensive linemen that the Vikings could be picking is the relative athletic score of the last 3 guys they took. So basically, since Pat Elflein bombed as a non-athlete, that they've been at 9.6 or higher. Elijah Vera Tucker's at 9.02. Tevin Jenkins is at 9.74.
Elflein was a 3rd-round pick. I mean,
but here's the thing.
And Drew Samia wasn't an athlete either.
The last 3 top picks, the day 2, picks, day 1 or 2 picks, you're talking Garrett Bradbury, Ryan O'Neal, Ezra Cleveland, all scored through the roof on the relative athletic score, which the Vikings prioritize those hyper athletes. And I think that needs to be taken into account because you can see those trends. Arif Hasan has touched on that a lot. They have these thresholds and they have to meet it. Elijah Vera Tucker does not meet those thresholds. We don't know if Christian Darrisaw meets those thresholds because there's no testing. Well, we do know Jalen Phillips meets those thresholds. That they worked. Jalen Phillips meets those thresholds as an edge rusher. I still think that if they stay here, he will end up being the pick, and we take offensive line later in the draft.
Gentlemen,
this is a historically deep.
We are on the clock.
Yes, and
we are on the clock.
Selected Rashawn Slater.
Dave, you got on the clock music. We got some tunes to listen to.
Oh, that's a good question. I should have.
I got this. Dun 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 dun. There we go.
Someone clip that. I want that as the intro to the future Viking happy hour.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
I think what we've done in free agency so far has allowed us to be able to take the best player available wherever he is.
So that's what we're getting.
Who is it?
Let's
Who's
take
the
a look
best
at
player
my big
available
board
right now?
The best players available. I will run down the top 5 on my big board. Number 7 on my big board is Rashad Bateman, the receiver, Minnesota. Number 8, Caleb Farley, corner out of Virginia Tech. Number 10, Kwity Paye, the edge rusher out of Michigan. Number 12, the center Creed Humphrey out of Oklahoma. And number 13, Christian Darrisaw, the tackle out of Virginia Tech. Those are my top 5 players available. Kadarius Toney at 14 is 6th, the receiver Florida, and Phillips, who I talked about earlier, that edge rusher out of Miami, is at 7. But they've tied for the same score, so you could kind of intermingle those, and for me, it's not that big of a deal.
I agree.
The Vikings really need to find a way to trade back here.
I hope people are on Twitter telling people to join in because they're going to get 4 grown men reaction I hope that
pretty.
that count goes up.
According to Doogie, he bets Rick is trying like heck to move down.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Trade down, get Tevin Jenkins, number 16 on Tyler's big board. Let's go.
Please,
Flip,
just trade down anywhere. I mean, somebody's got to want Mac Jones's busted ass.
I don't think there's any, like, unless they pick Mac Jones, I don't know now that Justin Fields is gone if, like, I'll have a strong reaction. Like, I think whoever they pick is going to be
if it's
solid.
If it's Elijah Vera Tucker, I'm going to have a strong reaction. The only reason I mocked him to us is because if I knew that there was a chance we'd take him, and I didn't want to be so mad that I didn't get 2 points out of it. So I mocked him to us, but God, that's going to be a bad pick. And I know your boy Steven, Tyler, I know your boy Steven's going to be hype about it. Steven's going to be real hype.
I love Steven. He's been a longtime friend of mine. I was in his wedding. Let's put it this way. If it ends up being AVT, I'm going to have an absolute meltdown on the stream. I'm going to yell about the Vikings and their atrocious process. I mean, you don't take a guard in round 1 unless it's Quentin Nelson, and he is not Quentin Nelson.
And like,
look,
the price has to be low. Yeah, I get it. There's not a lot of talent on the board. The price has to be low. Even if you trade down and all you get is another 4th-round pick in return, you take that because you've got to get back up into round 2. It is essential.
Mm-hmm.
This pick will not make the Vikings draft. This pick will not make the Vikings draft. Tomorrow is where the Vikings have to draft well because they have more than one starter spot to fill. So this is a trade down. This is a trade down where we may feel like we're getting ripped off, but unless you're about to do something sexy, and Elijah Vera Tucker is not that. Unless you're about to do something sexy.
The only sexy pick I think we can make here is Rashad Bateman. And that's because of the Minnesota ties.
He's the 7th player on my board. I love Rashad Bateman.
Oh, my goodness.
I like him more than Devonta Smith. I liked him more than Jamar Chase.
Flip.
I don't know. This isn't from a verified source, but I think we all know of somebody on Twitter who's somewhat reliable at times, SKOL Bros. He just tweeted out, "Oh well, more picks." He's been right before.
I hope he's right.
I don't know if that's the case now.
Is that's the purple boobs guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the boobs.
Yeah. Hey, can I tell you guys a story though? Can I tell you guys a story? So I'm a Viking season ticket holder, so I go to most of the games, and I messaged him and was like, "Hey, I'm out tailgating. If you're around," he goes, "Come to wherever he's at." And I get there, and it was the biggest bro fest I've ever been a part of. And there was people. He goes, I think we're playing the Bills that day, and there's people diving off like campers into tables and
Schefter and
all this stuff.
Reporting the trade.
Trade.
Good,
That's
good.
What?
Thank God.
What?
Trade.
Okay, we got to get this Zach Rogers guy out of here.
Zach Rogers. Looking for no.
Zach,
hey, ABT's fine later.
I know you. Hey, let me confront Zach. You British son of a bitch, okay? I love Zach. He's a great guy. He works for Blue Chip Scouting. He's coming here to troll me.
Trade alert!
You're a Packers fan.
The Jets.
Flip.
What?
Down to 23 from 14. That's the threshold. That's the threshold I told you.
Oh, let's go. 23? Oh.
That's I got to see what we get back, but that's perfect.
What did we get?
I'm finding out.
That's a big trade back. That's a big trade back.
23 and 34 for 14 and 78 is my guess.
Oh, if we
are saying 14 to 23 in a future something or other.
Future?
I haven't seen future.
I said we were going to feel ripped off.
All right. Oh, no one has it yet.
Okay. Well, hey, this is good. This is what we wanted. Dave has the trade back music that he's going to put on for us. Dave,
I wish.
Dave, you got the trade back
I
music?
got some music. Hold on. I think.
Hey, can I give Jayson Brown some love for putting us all together and with the climb in the pocket?
Absolutely.
All the
Cheers,
love.
Jayson.
Yo, Jay's
Cheers,
gonna be
Jason.
on here later, man. Don't get his ego.
And I can't
up,
wait.
but we love you, Jay.
So it looks
Oh,
like
man.
they got.
Hey, where's Deshaun? I think Deshaun was supposed to be coming.
Hold on, Matt.
Yeah,
What
I took
did he
Deshaun's
get?
spot. I gotta go. We gotta get Deshaun on here.
I'm hopping off too with Flip, and Deshaun can come on.
There's your trade music.
Trade back.
Hot Vikings hot take.
It says Jets use Seahawks first rounder to trade up from 23 to 14. Do they have a future
that's
first?
their 23rd pick.
Yeah, because they already made their pick at 2. So 23 was the Seahawks pick that they got.
Oh, here it
in
is.
the
Jets trade
20
23, 66, and 86 for 14 and 143. So a second and a
Oh,
third.
that's a huge win.
That's huge. That's win.
Oh,
We got a first,
win.
a second, and a third.
right now.
We're in the second
Yeah,
round.
that's
First and
incredible.
fourth.
Hold on. All right, 143 was our last fourth rounder. Okay, we have 4 thirds, 3 fourths. Boys, we're thriving.
Let's go.
We're
Let's go.
thriving. Trader Rick is gonna have fun tomorrow.
Now you trade back up. Recoup and scoop. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, we got the
why
second?
would the Jets make that trade, though? Who are they targeting here?
Here's what I think. I think they want an edge rusher. They haven't had a
Jalen Phillips.
capable top flight edge rusher since John Abraham left in 2006.
Jets pick
Okay.
is in.
I think it's Quiddy Pay.
We're coming back in that second round. We are coming back.
Hey, I got
They took
Deshaun
Elijah
wanted to
Vera
join.
Tucker at 14.
There's Elijah Vera Tucker. I am thriving, baby. Yes. I don't have to
I
deal
see you,
with
Chris
this.
Thompson.
Right.
I see you,
This is
Raymond
great.
Fry, Jim Jablonski Jr. We in these comments. Let's go. That's what Trader Rick
goodness.
does. Who is that guy?
They traded up for
Matt
Vera
O'Neill?
Tucker. I missed that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
I don't have to deal with Elijah Vera Tucker. Oh, guys,
All
I
right,
am
y'all.
so happy. Oh.
I'm going to be back tomorrow because tomorrow the Vikings got 15 draft picks to make. Keep on tuning in. I'm going to be back today, too. Coming back on later. It's been fun watching the Vikings not add a future player. Let's keep this ship rolling. Matt, Brian,
Yes.
Tyler.
And tomorrow
Yes.
you're going to be back with Luke Braun of Locked
Luke
On
Braun
Vikings.
and I are going to do our thing. So
I'm excited for that. I am off as well. So Tyler, Ryan, Dave, thanks for having me on. I'll probably hop on at some point over the course of the weekend again, but enjoy the rest of your evening. Flip, as always, I miss you, buddy. Take care.
as always,
See you guys.
yeah,
Peace out.
let's get Deshaun on here. SKOL Vikes. See you later. See
Skol
y'all later
Boys.
tonight.
Boom. Let's get Deshaun on. Camera. Deshaun, you there, Deshaun?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Deshaun,
What up,
we are
Deshaun?
thriving today.
Deshaun, you got to move over, buddy.
Did AVT just go to the which way am I going?
Oh, I got you.
The Jets.
The Jets are taking ABC.
Hold on, Deshaun. Boom, boom. Bang. Camera. Deshaun. Boom. There we go.
Okay. I mean, I like that for the Jets. I agree. AVT
You do?
at 14 would have been for them. I like it for them and what they have going on. For us, it would have been too high.
Did we get a second round pick with that one, with that trade?
So
No, we got 66, so basically a second.
yeah, so
We got
66
what?
66 makes it really easy to
Close
get
to
into
second.
mid second if you want to, or if you want to wait till late second, you won't have to give up a third round pick to move up. So watch day 2. I know Myles has said this on Twitter. Watch for the Seahawks. Now them moving back from 56 to 66 for maybe a couple of fourths or maybe just 1/4 isn't as big of a move than from moving from 56 to 78. But I get the trade-off. If you guys watched the pregame show, Joe Thomas called Vera Tucker the second best lineman in this draft. So, I mean, whatever they decide to do with him, it could end up being a good move for them.
Second best lineman in this draft.
He's going to go next to Becton, and that duo is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
We haven't seen an edge go yet either.
And that doesn't surprise me.
Jets fans deflated, and then, I'm on camera. I should celebrate. Mac Jones is on the phone. Holy crap. Is he going to go to New England?
He's going to go to New England.
Course, that's a
bet.
New England. Let's go.
Oh, I love that for Mac Jones. In New England with Josh McDaniels, that's great. If you're Mac Jones,
that's great value.
Besides 49ers, if you're Mac Jones, you probably can't ask for a better landing spot.
I mean, Belichick loves those kind of guys. Good decision-making, safe to the ball. I mean, that's exactly what he's looking for. I mocked Mac Jones to them because I just couldn't believe that the Niners would trade all that capital for, bum-ass Mac Jones. So,
yeah, that's good. That's really good for Zach Wilson. They got to protect him.
It's in.
Look, I think it makes much more sense for AVT to the Jets than it does to the Vikings because you have AVT and Mekhi Becton on that side, and they're just going to play bully ball for literally a decade.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was 100% the move for them to get protection before that. I mean, now they can focus the rest of their picks on getting weapons for Zach Wilson because he's definitely going to need them, but first, protection was always first.
He actually has a decent set of weapons. You'd still like to add one, but you have Corey Davis, Jamison Crowder, who's one of the best slots in the league, and I am still massively high on Denzel Mims. I may be in the minority, but I loved him coming out last year.
Yeah, I like Mims too, but I just feel like they need that, and Mims could actually end up being that guy, but that dominant number one. I don't think Corey Davis is a number one. I think he's a really solid number two who can have some pretty good games here and there, but I wanted them to sit and wait for Bateman, but you can't argue against, choosing that protection first.
But even having Mims, who's going to likely ascend in year 2, and then you have Corey Davis, who's a solid 2, and then you got Crowder. I mean, that's a really good receiver room. It's not. I mean, I don't know if I'd take it over ours because I love Jefferson and Thielen, but at least their wide receiver 3 positions taken care of. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of guys in this draft. I mean, the Jets, I think, still have pick 35, 34, something like that. So they can still go get Terrence Marshall or Tony or whoever falls, Elijah Moore, whoever falls into the second round there, early second round.
Yeah, for sure. So they still have options. So I guess,
or they can go get my boy Ronnie Perkins. They should probably go get Ronnie Perkins.
Then they signed Carl Lawson. That's where Carl Lawson went, right? To the Jets. They made some solid defensive free agency moves.
They still need one more pass rusher, but they can get one at 34. So I wouldn't be super worried about the Jets.
Hey, big shout out to Dave for organizing and orchestrating this whole thing. Appreciate you, Dave.
Hey,
cheers.
No problem. Hey, I'm gonna punch off because I'm empty. I will be right back.
I can't believe the Patriots took Mac Jones. This is hilarious. I feel so bad for Patriots fans because Mac Jones should not go in the middle of the first round. He shouldn't go in the first round at all. He's fine, but if you're taking a quarterback in the first round, you need to be able to have a super high ceiling. You need to have these traits. You need to have have like plus arm strength, plus arm accuracy. Jones doesn't have these things. He's a good quarterback. And it feels like they're just trying to recreate Tom Brady, and you're just not going to be able to do that. And I really feel for Patriots fans. But the Alabama to New England pipeline lives strong, and hopefully it works.
It's so awkward watching them walk out.
It's those two DUIs. He's probably drunk.
I love it. Listen, I think the Patriots, they know how to maximize whoever, well, except for last year with Cam Newton, which they couldn't do anything about. But I think you remember back when they had to start Matt Castle for that season and they were fine. I think you give them a couple years, I think they're right back on the top of their division with Mac Jones. Because, I mean, dude's, like Ryan said, dude's not a bum. Like, he can play. He might not give you that extra oomph, but if you set it up for him to play, he is going to play. And that's exactly what Josh McDaniels is going to do. I mean, once you get like another like dominant receiver there, maybe like a dominant tight end. They got John Smith, didn't they?
And
they got John
Henry.
Smith and Hunter Henry. So they have weapons out there. And Josh McDaniels is going to draw up some stuff from Mac Jones. He's going to make throws. And I'm not worried about Mac Jones.
Aguilar, they got Aguilar too. They got Aguilar. They got man, they got a bunch of guys this offseason.
Yep, Jones is he's a smart player. He can make throws. He doesn't give you the best arm strength, but I think having him with somebody like McDaniels is really big for him. And then having a coach like Belichick, whereas you're not going to have to carry the team because he's going to have that defense plan at a high level. I think this is like probably one of the best lineup. Besides the 49ers, this is probably the best lineup spots for Mac Jones. And I say Patriots are probably back at the top of their division by next season.
Man, that Cardinals pick came in. I have no idea where they're going.
Do you think
Newsome,
either Greg Newsome
Farley.
or Caleb Farley, right?
Greg Newsome, Tevin Jenkins. Those are my two guesses.
Who knows? It might be Bateman. They need another receiver.
Oh, yeah, they were talking about receiver.
The word was that they were trying to trade up, but I mean, I doubt it happens. But I'd take Bateman there and be real comfortable with it. Hey, when we did the live first round mock draft last night on the mock draft, or not mock draft Monday, that's our show, Tyler, on the Vikings happy hour last night, I think Bateman went. I picked Bateman at 16 for the Cardinals.
Yeah,
but that was just because of fandom.
I think the value's right there, Ryan, but I don't think they will make that pick. I think they're going to take corner or offensive line because I think Cliff Kingsbury has realized in the 2 years that he has been the head coach there that they need to start really working on protecting Kyler Murray. And it wasn't a focus for him in college at Texas Tech, which with the air raid, it's kind of like, you just need capable. But in the NFL, you need a little bit better than that in order to really maximize your window.
Agree with you. I had them picking, I can't remember which, one of those good offensive linemen last year, and then they went Simmons, and I was like, all right, whatever.
Well, one of the nice parts is for me is I have on my mock draft who they took, and I had them with Tevin Jenkins. So I think Tevin Jenkins could help them create their best starting five right away because he can play inside, he can play outside. And they already have their left tackle, DJ Humphries. You could put him at right tackle. You could put him at guard. They did just ship Mason Cole off to Minnesota for that 6th round pick. So
thank you for that.
I kind of I like where they're sitting right now.
For sure.
But if Greg Newsome ends up being the pick, I think it's a fantastic selection. He's a really, really, really good player. He can thrive in any scheme. He can thrive in any scheme you put him in, press man, off man, cover 3. He can do a little bit of everything. I would want him just playing incredibly physical with the receiver because he's got great ball skills and he can get up in the face of players. And
he's a mosquito, man. He's just always there and just pestering you. I love Newsome's game.
Yes, me too.
Collins, Ian says.
Zaven?
Who? Zaven Collins? Oh!
Zaven Collins.
All right.
You know what? I was listening to NFL Network earlier today, and somebody said, I'm hearing the Cardinals like Zaven Collins. I'm like, No way. They just took Isaiah Simmons. Like, why would
aren't
they
they like
need
the same
Zayvon
player?
Collins? And
Well,
I mean,
unless-
not the same, but similar, you know? I mean, no, they're not the same player, but they're both linebackers. Like, you take your first round pick, linebacker 2 years in a row. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, you should be protecting Kyler or giving him more weapons, or again, getting a cornerback. But hey, you know, I love Zayvon Collins' game. I think he's a game changer. Love it. Tyler, give me, or Tyler or Deshaun, you guys are really good at this stuff. Give me your Zayvon Collins breakdown.
Zayvon Collins is an interesting prospect. I comped him to Anthony Barr because I think the way he played, and you can, if you're watching ESPN, you can kind of see he's a great gap shooter. He can cover linebackers. He can cover tight ends, and he can do a little bit of everything at that outside linebacker spot. What's interesting with how he's going to translate to the NFL, he did from his pro day to the medical combine gain 11 pounds. He's in the 270 range now. That tells me NFL teams want him at edge. I know there's some people who are respected in the scouting ranks, Matt Miller being one of them, had him as graded as an edge. So I'm wondering how he's going to be utilized the best in the NFL, but I think in a hybrid type role, I had him mocked to the Miami Dolphins because I think he can do a lot of the same things Kyle Van Noy, Dante Hightower were doing in that New England defense. And I think Brian Flores is going to want the same kind of things. And we kind of saw that last year when they had Kyle Van Noy. And I'm really curious how they're going to implement him and Isaiah Simmons because this defense could be really, really fun with how multiple they can get.
Yeah, I agree with Tyler there. I had him also mocked to the Dolphins because of the loss of Van Noy. I think some super solid coverage at the linebacker position now. Like, that's like insane. Like, both Simmons and Zayvon Collins can like cover everybody. Man, I guess that is a really good pick. Like, yeah, he does a lot of the stuff Anthony Barr did when he first came into the league. Blitzing, cover, gaps. I guess that is a solid pick. I really thought they would lean to reinforcing that back end, but in addition of JJ fortify and hope it does enough to cover your back exposed, maybe. I mean, I love Zayvon. Still a little iffy on the fit, but if they can make it work, the Cardinals can come in here and be a fantastic pick.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think as we kind of transition towards the Las Vegas Raiders, one thing that the Raiders have always prioritized is they like big-time school players. They like seniors. Right now, I really don't think there's anybody that meets both of those, but one guy that meets it at a need position is Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle out of Alabama. They just cut Maurice Hurst-Arden-Key, and they really don't have that kind of penetrating style defensive tackle. And I think Christian Barmore fits like an absolute glove with that team. I think with the Alabama pipeline being from that major, like, blue blood type school where Mike Mayock and, John Gruden have shown that they want to take players, I think this pick makes all the sense in the world, which is why I mocked it. Kevin Jenkins is one as well because they did deplete their offensive line because they're cash short. The Raiders are kind of a wild card at this spot because there's so many different ways they can go.
They did.
How do you feel about Darisaw?
I can see Darisaw, but they did. Going to your D tackle comment, they did sign Solomon Thomas. So, granted, I know he hasn't shown a ton, and I think they even played him a little bit at the end in the Niners system. But they did sign Solomon Thomas, and they have Hankins and Quentin Jefferson. I did at one point mock Barmore to him. I thought that linebacker might have been a little bigger need. This is where I had Parsons going. I could see your boy from Notre Dame, Jeremiah Owusu Koramoah. Yes. Sorry. I tried to ad-lib that without looking at his name, and I totally failed. I can see him potentially an option here. You know what, though? The Raiders are the biggest wild card because 2 years ago they take Farrell out of nowhere at 4. Last year, they take Damon Arnett out of nowhere, when he was projected second, third round pick, by media, and media is much, much different than the NFL guys. But I just never know what to pick for them. Sometimes I actually even just try to pull out unless it's an obvious, player that is falling, I'll mock to him. But outside of that, I try to just pick some random ass second round pick, third round pick to him in the first, because you just never know.
Yeah,
they might go Jalen Phillips
definitely
too.
kind of work on their
edge.
own board.
Jalen Phillips would be good.
I will let you guys continue. I am going to use the restroom quick.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips would be interesting. They got Max Crosby, but they did just sign. They signed Ngakoue too. So they got Max Crosby, Farrell, Ngakoue.
Mm-hmm. They did sign Ngakoue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Barrymore does make a lot of sense here.
Barrymore makes sense. I could see a cornerback here if they like Farley. I could see Barrymore, a linebacker, that Notre Dame linebacker, and then again, Brandon Parker is not the most exciting right tackle, so Tevin Jenkins makes sense here too. I'm sure the pick's already in. I know I'm late on picks because I'm streaming.
Yeah, or maybe like a Jamin Davis too. I know a lot of teams were a little higher on him if they need a linebacker.
Leatherwood.
Leatherwood.
That's a good pick. I mean, they needed that right tackle. He provides that. He's athletic. He had a little shorter arms than a lot of people were hoping for. He was projected in this range, if not even top 10 in last year's draft. I think this year maybe hurt him a little bit, but I think, through the offseason process, he started climbing again quite a bit. Some people are thinking, he's not athletic enough to be that tackle and might have to kick in the guard. I like his skill set. I always have. I think he's a mauler, and that fits right into what the Raiders are hoping to do. So,
I had Leatherwood as my dark horse on a Vikings trade back if all the tackles had come off the board. But I like the pick if they're gonna have him play. Either left or right tackle, whichever one. Preferably right tackle for him. But they definitely had to shore up that offensive line with the max exodus that they had with the guys there. So, can't fault the pick. They got to protect Derek Carr.
Yeah. Hey,
100%.
Damon asked a question that is a good question. Did we get value in that trade down? And I want to look at 100%. The trade chart real quick.
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's
chart. So we went down to what, 23?
Yeah.
So there's a difference of 240. Let's do a little quick math. I'm going to zoom up a little bit so I can see. 23 is 245. Minnesota was at 325. So you're looking at what, 60, 80 points there?
80. Yep.
Plus the third, which is
75, it looks like?
76.
76, okay.
So 156 value points to move down. Yeah, I would say that's a good trade.
Yeah. So it was obvious the Vikings didn't really have that interest in Justin Fields. So with Slater off the board, it was kind of an obvious trade back move. And they set themselves up to move again. And I think that was probably the most important part. They couldn't get it right into the middle of that second round, setting themselves up to actually move to the middle without having to give too much up. And I think it's a great trade, especially the board is still falling in their favor. Darisaw is still there. Both the top edges are still there. Even top three if they're looking at Azeez Oluwari. But the board is still falling very much in their favor. So they could end up getting to 23, getting somebody they always had their eye on while still having these picks. They have 7 day 3 picks. That's insane. So we'll see. Or day 2, 3rd, and 4th round picks. They have 7 of them. So
that's good.
I'm really intrigued to see what this Dolphins pick is more than anything, because with Zaven Collins off the board, who we both had a mock, Deshaun. I wonder if it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who can kind of do similar but different things in kind of that hybrid type role. They did take Brandon Jones last year as a safety. But at the same time, that's not going to preclude you from taking a guy who can be really that alpha on that second level, which Owusu-Koramoah can be. I also think that this could be a Darrisaw spot. This could be a Tevin Jenkins spot. They want to move Robert Hunt back into the inside where he played at Louisiana. And I think if you put a tackle, especially Tevin Jenkins on that offensive line, that would give you a great 5. I also think this could be an edge rusher. I don't necessarily think they'll go that route. I don't think they'll go that route.
I want Pay at 23.
It's in. Miami
Phillips. Jalen Phillips.
Boom.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Man, I had him mocked there all. I had him mocked there all day until I had the Giants decide to take Phillips. Oh man, I'm so mad.
Pick right, Jalen Phillips with Brian Flores. That's a match right there.
That's great,
and he doesn't have to move.
Jalen Phillips, he just has to move across town. Much easier.
That's crazy. That's a match. That might be one of the best coach prospect matches in this draft. Besides like Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan, Phillips and Brian Flores. Brian Flores is going to maximize Phillips to like something crazy.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a little bit easier for the medical stuff because it's in the same town. I love what Jalen Phillips brings to the football field. And they don't necessarily need an edge rusher right now, but the fact that they get one as dynamic as Jalen Phillips and what he can bring to the table, I think is ideal for what the Dolphins want to do. He can stand up. He can put his hand in the ground. Like, this isn't necessarily what Dolphins fans wanted or expected, but I really like the pick. Jalen Phillips is really high on my board, and I mean, we all know that. I'm taking a look right now. Jalen Phillips is at 15, so the value is there. Washington being up next, I'm expecting Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Rashad Bateman. Darrisaw maybe,
Darrisaw here.
But I think with that trade of Eric Flowers, they're high in Sadiq Charles. I don't think they're going to go left tackle here. I could be wrong, but they really do like Sadiq Charles, who would have been a higher pick if it weren't for some off-the-field stuff last year. I think they're going to go corner or Owusu-Koramoah. I think those are in my opinion, the two most likely spots they go. Maybe Greg Newsome, but
so bad.
I thought their starting left tackle last year was Jerron Christian.
Sadiq Charles was the guy they drafted in round 4 last year. That's why I think, and I know they're really high.
Is he the LSU guy?
Yes, he's the LSU kid.
But he's a bit undersized. I thought he was going to be a guard in the NFL.
All right. So the Redskins played a lot of people at tackle. They had 5, 6, 9 games all at tackle. The most snaps came from Cornelius Lucas and Morgan Moses. We know that they actually both graded out very well. The Redskins have a sneaky good offensive line. Like, very sneaky good. I did not realize it was this highly graded.
They need better quarterback play. They need another weapon or two, and they need a hybrid-style linebacker safety. And they could be one of the most complete teams in the National Football League next year. Fitzpatrick, if he can be any kind of consistent, if they get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here, it's a home run for the Washington football team. And I think everybody knows that I am a big Washington football team fan. Outside of the Minnesota Vikings, I love what they bring to the table. I love how they play the game of football. I love Antonio Gibson. And this team, you get another linebacker like Owusu-Koramoah can do a lot of different things. That's the most complete defense in the National Football League. And I don't think it's very close. I know Nick Olson, our guy, he said that the Vikings could have that, but I don't, even if getting an edge rusher, I don't think that they're going to match up with the Washington football team.
So Ronald Darby went to the Broncos. I would really like Caleb Fairley here or Greg Newsome to really just kind of reinforce that defense thing. So their defense was great. You saw them. The defense helped them keep up with the Bucs, and Tyler Heineke had the game of his life. But either Caleb Fairley here, or I really, really wanted Rashad Bateman to be here with Terry McLaurin and Ryan Fitzpatrick. I feel like that would have been one of the funnest offenses in the NFL, but I cannot fault them for going Fairley or Newsome here. Also, we saw reports earlier that they said a lot of teams were high on Tyson Campbell, the cornerback, maybe coming into the first round. But I think with these two guys still on the board, either Newsome or Fairley would be a really good pick here.
I know Ian in the chat, he's going to talk about Tyson Campbell. He loved Campbell. I didn't get a chance to give him a full watch, but when I watched him, I mean, he was fine. So I really can't speak as far as the details, but I wasn't overly impressed with what I saw as far as watching the Georgia film when I was watching Ojulari and then watching the offenses play against him. Like, I can't speak to whether he's going to be a great value in round one or not, but I know Ian has him as a cornerback 3, and NFL teams will buy into size and athleticism at the quarterback position, whether technique is there or not. Washington's pick is in 100%, and I'm going to take a shot in the dark. I had them in my mock. I had them moving up for Mac Jones. That obviously didn't happen. I'm going Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
In my mock, I have them taking Darisaw, so I'm hoping I'm right because I'd like my 2 points. Fuck you, Crockett. And I know he's either watching or he'll watch this back. So
I think cornerback here after the loss of Ronald Darby. They kind of want to keep that. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. Jamin Davis had a crazy pro day. And like Tyler said, they needed that linebacker, and a lot of teams were.
Jamin Davis?
Yes. Jamin Davis is the pick.
Yeah,
do not have the
teams were super high on him. He had a crazy pro day. Tyler said they needed that linebacker. That does not surprise me at all.
I would have taken JOK here, but Jamin Davis has a lot of room to grow with how athletic he is, and he can already cover. He needs to learn a lot about the game of football and improve that football IQ so he can improve those instincts. But it's not a bad pick. I'm just really surprised.
Look, playing behind that defensive line is going to help him out so much. Playing behind those guys, I think he's going to have an easy time. He's going to be like, just when he's able to just go, just look and go. That's when he's at his best, and I think he gets to do that in Washington. In Washington. I like that pick. I actually really like that. There's some really nice picks in this draft. I haven't seen anything that's super off the wall. I think it's because the 49ers the Seahawks aren't picking. But
well, no, Jamin Davis I think is super off the wall. I mean, I thought maybe linebacker was an option for him, but I think this is a reach a bit. But hey, Washington makes great picks every year, it seems like, or it takes them a year or two to get in. But look at that defensive line. Allen, year 1 was okay. Year 2 was great. And now he's taken off. Chase Young was obviously great year 1, but Payne, I mean, they just made a lot of quality picks on that front 7, and they're continuing to do so. And I love it. To your point, Tyler, I'm not a Washington fan per se, but I cheer for them. I love the way they built their team. I enjoy watching that process grow out and dominating. And they won granted it was a weak ass NFC East, but they won that last year. It was interesting to watch it happen. And obviously my number 2 team is going to be the Baker-led Browns and then Kyler Murray's led Cardinals after that. But it's fun to watch it's fun to watch that Washington football team thrive.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Tyler said, Washington football team is one of the teams I'm able to root for outside of Minnesota. I love the way they built their team. And I think I like this pick a lot because next year I think they make a big move for a quarterback. I mean, depending on don't know what they do exactly, but having this defense still being good when you go get that guy is really important. So I don't hate this pick at all. I think they get a wide receiver later to complement those guys. They got Curtis Samuel too, didn't they? I think
they did, but they still need that X so Terry McLaurin doesn't have to play X. But that's a personal opinion. He can do it, but I think if you at least get a guy who can be a hybrid XY, I think a Tylan Wallace would be fantastic to pair with Terry McLaurin. So then you kind of have.
Do you see Wallace as an X, Tyler?
I think he's capable of playing X at times. I don't think he's a true X.
I think he's a Z.
I think he's mainly a Z, but I don't think he's not an X. I think he can do X things. I think if
I
you
see
got
Nico
Tyler
Collins
Walsh,
being an interesting fit there. Nico Collins, I think he needs some work, but he's got that X skill set. He needs some work though. Like he ain't coming in and starting at X. But give him a year.
But, I mean, with Terry McLaurin there, I mean, he's never going to face the top corner. So it's like he gets that room to grow while just dominating guys physically. And that's what he needs. That's the kind of situation that he needs.
Yeah, I like Nico Collins there. I like Seth Williams there even. Some of those guys who are going to be a little bit more big and physically dominating. Nico Collins has got that speed too that could really to really make himself a solid X. And I think he's a day 2, day 3 guy, or day 2 guy for second, third.
One of the top parts about Nico Collins is the fact that he has the lack of really good tape, and he's never had a good quarterback throw to him because we really don't know what he is. We just know that he's a projection.
Same as Seth Williams, right? Same as Seth Williams.
Seth Williams is the same thing on a lesser scale. Absolutely. The fact that he hasn't had a good quarterback throw to him where he can actually show what he's capable of makes him a scary proposition. Now, it could be an absolute, like, hey, you take him in mid-round 2, and he ends up playing like a top 10 player. Like, Collins has a lot of talent, but it's far from a sure thing.
For sure.
All right, let's kind of jump over here because the Giants, for the first time in feels like forever, Dave Gettleman's first time ever trading down. And they're here at pick 20. And they were rumored of wanting a corner. They were rumored of wanting a corner and a linebacker. So, like, Micah Parsons, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain II were all talks. I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Greg Newsome are two guys that we need to really pay attention to here.
Kwity Paye. They need an edge rusher. I mean, they literally have Afadi Odenigbo as one of their potential leading candidates for outside linebacker for them. And I think Kwity Paye could fill into that role potentially. I don't know. I had them taking Jalen Phillips at their original pick. So,
did they get somebody to replace? Who was it?
What do you got, Dave?
Giants select.
Was it Barrymore? I like Barrymore.
Boom.
Kadarius Toney.
Oh, your boy Kadarius Toney. Let's go. Oh man, Toney in front of Moore. I don't like that at all.
I love this.
Over Bateman.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Over Bateman and Moore. I don't know about that one.
Okay, let me give you the breakdown about Kadarius Toney. So one of the tough parts, especially when you talk about analytics with Kadarius Toney, he came into Florida as a quarterback, and then he started the transition. Did a lot of gadgety type stuff for a couple years. Last year, he was in a 7 deep receiver room, and they used him mainly as a gadget guy. This year, he came in and he played a lot of Z, a lot of slot, and he was actually utilized as a true receiver, and he showed a lot of depth and a lot of growth. And I think even though he's a late bloomer at the position, because he hasn't really played the position very much and how much he's actually shown, I think this is tremendous value for the New York Giants. You need to give Daniel Jones everything you can right now to see if he truly has it. Kadarius Toney is going to be able to win with whip routes in the slots. He's going to be able to win with drags. He's going to be able to win with slants. He's going to be able to win with seams down the middle. He's going to be able to do all your gadgety stuff. And I think he can continue to learn, develop his route tree and the nuance, which is why I was so incredibly high on him coming out. And I understand that Elijah Moore is really a really good football player. But Kadarius Toney, I think, is like Percy Harvin. And it's not the Florida thing. It's the way they were used, the way they played the game. Kadarius Toney, for 5'11", 195, runs incredibly physical, and he can run through arm tackles. There was a play against, I didn't know
he was that heavy.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look it, but he is
good size for him.
Thick.
He doesn't look it at all. That's a good size for him.
No, and there's a play against South Carolina where he was literally surrounded by 5 players.
They're playing it right now they literally just played that play you're talking about.
Yeah, they just showed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Tony
So
in the
with Tony,
beginning of
I
the draft
love-
process. I was excited about him. I even mocked him to us in tradebacks before. And then, again, I started looking at tape. Bateman's still above him for me. Obviously, he is for you too, Tyler, and I assume you, Deshaun. I had Elijah Moore ahead of him. I had him as my wide receiver 6. Again, I'm not far off here. He's wide receiver 4 in this draft, and I don't think that that's egregious by any means. Where I am somewhat surprised is the Giants took him because they have Galladay, they have Sterling Shepard, they have Darius Slayton. So now what? You're going to go 4 wide with Evan Ingram, or do they trade Sterling Shepard to the Vikings so we can get another Oklahoma guy?
I think Sterling Shepard's on the block.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that contract's kind of heavy.
I had the Giants taking Smith at 11 when they were picking, but I guess he came off early. But I like the pick actually. Now that I think about it, I forgot they had Kenny Galladay, so that allows Tony to be that slot guy, to also still be that gadget guy. So, I think you can put him in the offense. You can do a whole lot with him. He doesn't have to do one single thing. So, I guess that is a really good pick. Starting to like it a little bit more now that we talk about it.
It's not a bad pick. I think Tony's a game changer. He can wreck games, and he can he's going to provide you that versatility, that gadget, but also just a quality receiver. The thing that I think Tony was misjudged on a little bit is I don't feel like he was given enough credit in the media for his route running ability. He turned guys around, and granted, it was only a year's worth of tape, so maybe people discredited that a little bit, but he was solid. I like Tony's tape. I thought he was a game wrecker. I think he could bust the game open at any point in time, a la Percy Harvin, like Tyler alluded to. Again, you get 1 year's worth of tape, though, 1 year's worth of quality tape, and that can scare away some people. But I think it's great. So, yeah.
I think I liked how creative and unorthodox it was, and I think that's kind of what. I think he's going to be a great player. I really do think he's going to be a good player. I like the other guys a little bit more, but when you watch his tape, the route running is it's almost like video game-ish. It's not like the stuff that you see from other guys. He has his own special way of doing things. I can say there is not another receiver in this draft like Kadarius Toney. And I think that he's going to have his signature stuff in New York. I'm actually kind of excited for the pick. I think they're doing a good job of maximizing Daniel Jones and giving him a full cast of players to choose from to throw the ball to. Somebody should always be open. Now, if they can just get Nate Soldier to block a little bit, they can have some success.
Yeah, but for a receiver, wouldn't you want him to be able to run routes and get open and be able to catch the ball? Anything besides that, anything special, I could care less, just as long as he could do that.
I think it depends if you already have guys there. So you already have Darius Shepard and you already have Kenny Galladay. So letting Kadarius Toney do that special Toney, that's like an end around 60, 70 yards to the house. And I think that's the kind of stuff they're trying to have him do. And then kind of the slot stuff is a little extra. Now, I do agree that it's a bit for a first-round pick. But if it comes in and it takes your offense to that next level, that's really all the Giants are looking for, and he has the capability of doing that. Now,
so we got the Colts ever get a tackle right now? Colts really need a left tackle.
No, they need a tackle. This could be
Darisaw.
This could be Liam Eichenberg.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing with the Colts.
I'll be honest, Liam Eichenberg is the perfect tackle for them because they run a man gap power scheme. He's not the best mover laterally, but if he gets his hands on you vertically, you're done. He's going to play next to Quentin Nelson, which is going to afford him the ability to make mistakes now and then. And I think Liam Eichenberg is the perfect fit for what this team needs right now because you've got to protect Carson Wentz. You can get a receiver in the second round. Just remember, they don't have a third because of the Carson Wentz trade. Pick is in. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Bateman, but if I'm making the selection, as the Indianapolis Colts, I'm probably taking Liam Eichenberg here.
And I don't think they need Bateman. I mean, they re-signed Hilton. They got Paris Campbell. I know he's kind of not necessarily reliable. And then they got Michael Pittman Jr. and Pascal has played well in opportunities he's played. So I think they need to go tackle here. Eichenberg makes a lot of sense because of scheme fit and plug and play left tackle ability. You could take a look at Darisaw just for the upside, and again, I think he's still plug and play ability there as well. I see here in the comments they're looking at maybe Mulrig here. I potentially, I know that they ended up getting some really good safety play out of Justin Blackman as a rookie last year, and then they still have and then they got like Kari Willis and Ibrahim Campbell and some of these other just kind of random guys. So it's this deep safety class. I can maybe see Mulrig going round one. I think I do have him mocked in round one, but a little bit later to the Jaguars because they really don't have safety help really there. But we'll see. I mean, the pick's in, so I would hedge heavily left tackle here, considering there's two plug and play guys, and we'll see which way they go.
I'll say this, Stan. I know you asked if Eichenberg can play the left side. He was a left tackle at Notre Dame. He can absolutely play the left side.
And Big Hig, Walker Little. See, Walker Little easily would be, I shouldn't say easily. He legitimately could be a first-round talent. He hasn't played in 2 years. He had an injury, and then he sat out for COVID. So we haven't seen him since his, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, his sophomore year, or was it his redshirt sophomore year?
Mm-hmm.
According to regardless, check, he knows who took what.
Do we got the pick, David?
Apparently it's Kwity Paye.
It's Kwity Paye.
Kwity Paye?
No.
Confirms.
Oh, God. Ah, man. That's my guy.
I like it.
It's terrible.
Look, I
like it for them too.
Kwity Paye is 10th on my board. They did really need an edge rusher. I'm excited to get my Colts fans' perspective because they're going to absolutely eviscerate it, and they're wrong. Kwity Paye is an elite-level run defender. My comp for him is Everson Griffin. Except he's more athletic than Griffin is. And he's got room to grow in his pass rush moves, but he has an arsenal already, and he can work some counters, but he needs technique work to really take it to that next level. I think with Kwity Paye, you get a win.
Now,
that is a good pick. That is a really good pick.
My former partner, Drew Bunting, who is an avid Michigan fan, says he's watched every snap Quity's taken, and he shouldn't be a first-round draft choice. As high as he could get is second. But he did warm up to him after the draft hype got into his blood.
Dave, you know I love Drew, and he's a fantastic guy, and he's a great football mind. I highly disagree with him on Kwity Paye. The discipline that he shows in the run game is incredible. The offense wants him to do something. He does the exact thing he knows he's supposed to do, and he stays gap disciplined. And he's able to stop anything when it comes to the running game. I love what Kwity Paye brings to the football field, and I think this is a fantastic selection and a value selection based on my big board when Kwity Paye was at number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what Tyler said, I think Kwity
at 23, Stan. So the Titans pick before we do. Titans likely looking at receiver. Bateman's an option. They're looking at cornerback. We got Newsome. We got Farley. And who knows? They can probably surprise us with something else as well.
Yeah, man, that's a great pick. Paye is a beast, man. Like Tyler said, he can do whatever it is that you ask him. He has like such a nice pass rush plan too, from the inside or the outside. I really wanted Paye in Minnesota across from Hunter. I thought that'd have been an insane duo right there. I love the way he's able to win. He's able to win so many different ways. And he can go through you, he can go around you, he can counter you, and I just think that he was my edge one. I had him in front of Jalen Phillips, but I think this is great. And they have him now. He's there with DeForest Buckner. Like they have two forces on that defensive line. I think that's a great pick. That's fantastic for them.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree.
Deshaun, you're always so optimistic, man. It's a contagious. You're always so optimistic. I love it, Deshaun. You're so optimistic.
Listen, I haven't
He hasn't been a fan long enough to be jaded.
The only pick that I really, I mean, I agree with most of the picks. The only pick that I didn't like is I thought the Falcons should have went QB. I think they drafted Pitts to kind of replace Julio. I think they might move to trading Julio Jones, but I thought they should have taken Fields. That's the only one where I was like, eh. But there's been some really solid picks this draft. And then
the issue with them taking a QB, the issue with taking a QB there is they're pretty much stuck in Ryan's contract for 2 years. So you're wasting 2 of the 5 years you get out of that cheapness of the contract, which is attractive for the rookie QB deals. But I mean, I agree with you. I thought they might go Fields. I picked Pitts because I just was trying to be realistic with the fact that they probably wanted to take advantage of a QB contract, and they can always do that next year or the year after. But I agree with you. I think Fields should have probably been that pick, honestly.
Yeah, that's crazy. That defense is going to be really good now. Kenny Moore, Darius Leonard.
Vikings are on the clock.
All right, guys. Let's kind of recap this real quick. So, Darrisaw, Jenkins are both guys that could be easily on the board, as we know. What Tennessee does here is going to be interesting. They could go Greg Newsome. They could go Rashad Bateman. They could go Jenkins or Darrisaw. All of them, I think, are in play for Tennessee. But I want to bring this up. Doogie tweeted a little bit ago, story for me tonight was how badly they seemed, meaning the Vikings, to want Fields.
Not badly enough. They should have traded up for him. He was right there.
It's going to be interesting to see what they would have had to give up and why they weren't willing to do it, and that'll come out later.
What they had to give up was what they had to give up was what the Bears gave up, and they should have done it.
Yeah, probably more. Yeah,
or not more. I mean, because we had a higher pick in the first, so literally what they gave up. You know what I mean? That's what they had to do. They should have done it because now you're set at quarterback for the next. Unless
you've got the next quarterback of the future to replace Kirk Cousins after this season,
and you recoup all that cap space we're wasting on Kirk Cousins.
Yes,
and we could have utilized that to surround him with weapons, with offensive line talent, with some defense. That's how you build a team. Rick and company shat the bed, and they're going to be out next season.
I mean, there's quarterbacks next year and a year after that when they don't have to sit 2 years behind Kirk Cousins. They got some time. They got some time to get somebody.
1 year. All you had to do was sit 1 year.
Next year, Kirk Cousins will be the second highest paid player in the NFL. I hope he.
I don't think there was a way out of that. I don't see anybody taking that contract from us. So I mean, I think he was going to be highest.
35 million contract for a top 10 quarterback is not bad though. You trade for that, and you can also restructure, and you can lower that cap hit for next year. We still take the $10 million hit, but $10 million is nothing.
Yeah, but it's a tough sell. I'm not sure they would have been able to, because I mean, then if he has a poor season or even a mediocre season by any stretch of the means, nobody's gonna want that. Especially not with the 49ers now. The 49ers felt like the only maybe logical landing spot, and now that they have Trey Lance, I really don't see anywhere where Kirk Cousins could have went at that.
Bateman to the Titans.
Bateman and Brown.
Man, I had him there all week. That's nasty. Oh, son of a! That's great. Great pick for them.
Nasty.
I do want to point out that even though this is a fantastic picture, go for wide receiver, that was actually Tyler Johnson, not Rashad Bateman.
Was it?
Yes. So I debated this heavily when I wrote my final mock draft. I actually had Bateman going to the Indianapolis Colts and not the Tennessee Titans. And I had Tennessee taking Greg Newsome. But this is a fantastic fit for Rashad Bateman. What he's going to be able to do for that team is exactly what they wanted Corey Davis to do. He's going to run all those crossers. He's going to run goes. He's going to be able to do a lot of the short area quickness stuff where he's going to thrive. And I think Bateman is going to be a fantastic player for the Tennessee Titans. Him and A.J. Brown is absolutely freaking filthy. And I hope that they start utilizing their receivers just a little bit more, because now they have two great ones. Getting my wide receiver 2 and player 7 on my board at 22 is absolutely incredible. I love what Tennessee has done here so far. They didn't even have to move up to do it. The Vikings are on the clock now, boys, though.
Who's your dark horse pick for the 23rd pick?
Jayson Owe.
Like Bateman. Owe? Okay. I like Azeez Ojulari for a dark horse pick.
I don't think Azeez Ojulari will be on the board because of what the Vikings prioritize in their defensive end. But I think Jayson Owe fits the exact profile of what Danielle Hunter was, except he's better.
We can hear you, Flip.
Flip!
Oh, I know. Here we go. It's time to improve this team.
Guys. It's got to be Darrisaw.
It's time to improve this team.
Play left tackle that fits our scheme. It's got to be
Bateman is on the board.
Oh, wait.
No, he's off.
Farley.
Oh, they took Farley.
Who said Bateman?
No, it's Bateman.
Bateman went to the Titans.
Yes.
Caleb Farley went to the Titans.
Farley went to the Titans.
Farley went to the Titans.
That's bad information.
Yes.
Whoa.
I like that pick.
All right, let's start over. That's a fantastic pick. They desperately needed a cornerback. Janoris Jenkins at CB1 was not going to cut it. And Caleb Farley is my cornerback 1. And I think he has a Darrelle Revis type ceiling if he's ever able to stay completely healthy and reach it. He's only played quarterback for like 2 to 3 years, and one of them was his opt-out year of 2020, and he's already so good at the position. He's able to explode out of his back pedal. He's able to have great ball skills. He's able to play. He needs to learn how to play physical a little better, but he plays fantastic off coverage. I think Caleb Farley, healthy, is the best defensive player in this class, bar none. And the fact that if he can stay healthy, getting him at 23 is an absolute steal.
Okay.
Stan, who we taking? Stan Jones, who we taking? Freddie Hall, you let me know who we taking.
Who am I punching off? Because Jason's coming on, and it's time for In the Huddle.
In the Huddle, it's happening. We get in the huddle. Who we taking?
All right, long enough. I say Darrisaw is the pick here. I think they liked him, and he fell right to him.
All right. Deshaun, see ya.
Oh wow, that was a quick goodbye.
No kidding.
It's a Darrisaw. It's a boring offensive tackle.
I want Jason on here.
We got B Money joining us tonight. B Money here, ready for the Vikings pick.
Lil Ortega.
There he is.
He's a little shy.
Hey guys, I want to talk to Jason
captain.
for a minute. Jason, how are you, my friend?
I'm fantastic.
I'm glad to hear that. Did you know Kadarius Toney's better than Elijah Moore?
Bro, if you were really taking a victory lap on where a player got drafted as to what they're
better than Michael Thomas.
I feel like we're better than that. Laquan Treadwell got drafted first. He must be better because, bro, come on.
My scouting
Treadwell's better than Michael Thomas for sure.
I trust my scouting report.
Maybe the one the Rams got.
Jason, it's just good to talk to you again.
It is always a pleasure.
The Vikings pick is in. Dave, we got that pick is in music.
Let's go. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Wow. Jay, who's the pick?
I mean, it's probably going to be a lineman.
Nothing wrong with big round bellies.
It's going to be a lineman. It's going to make Dave happy. I think that's what's going to happen here. And, they traded back. I can't be upset about it. This lineman probably won't play guard, so Tyler can't be too upset about it. They're not going to be from Oklahoma, so Ryan might be a little upset about it. But, I think it's Darrisaw.
Dude, it could be Creed Humphrey.
That would be hilarious.
Kevin Jenkins beats the athletic thresholds. Darrisaw
Myles has been calling that one for a while.
Bateman.
I would love it if it's Bateman. It should be Bateman.
I'm not going to say it's going to be Bateman. But
if it's Bateman, I'll have an aneurysm on
Vikings are on the clock.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. Baby. And of course, on ESPN, it's time for a commercial break. Would it be anything
Not for
different?
NFL Network. NFL Network's still on, baby.
I mean, I think they ran to that podium, so they know who they want here. They're salsa dancing.
No,
Kyle. I would murder somebody if it's Kyle Trask. I'm a Browns fan if it's Kyle Trask. I promise.
Listen, I am probably the biggest Kyle Trask fan, and I would be really upset if he was the pick here.
We got that early 3rd round pick, so we'll be back in round 2.
We're at 66, 78, 84, and 90 in the 3rd round. We got ammo to move wherever we want.
Man, I was hoping we'd trade back again.
Now we got to use some of those 4th round picks to get up.
Y'all, can we take a moment and just give a shout out to the man Raymond? Raymond Fry never lost hope from pick 1 to pick 23. Raymond's been letting us know what this was going to be, and here it is. Raymond, talk to me, man. You happy? How you feeling right now? Like, I don't think the next 3 picks are also going to be offensive line, but you got one. How we doing, Raymond? How you feeling?
So is it for sure Christian Darrisaw?
It's Darrisaw.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about Darrisaw. He was my offensive tackle, too, in this process. I had Rashawn Slater graded as an interior offensive lineman. I think Darrisaw is a fantastic left tackle prospect. He's big. He's agile. And the one thing that he really needs to work on is finishing. He needs to get that dog mentality and just bury people into the ground. If he can develop that, he's going to be an elite left tackle in the National Football League. My comparison for him as far as what his potential is Trent Williams. There's a lot of ceiling that he can reach, but he has a lot of work to get there.
On a scale of Matt Khalil to Trent Williams, on the finishing scale, where do we put Darrisaw?
Probably about a 5, about halfway in between.
Okay, well, so we got some work to do then.
He's got a lot of work to do as a finisher, but as far as technique, as far as agility, as far as getting his hands on players, he's fantastic. One thing he is also, Jason, he's a little overconfident. So if he's like, oh, this guy's not going to beat me with speed, guy beats him with speed. Then guy beats him with speed again. Guy beats him with speed a 3rd time. He's like, oh, shit, maybe I should adjust myself. And then he adjusts, and then he's able to dominate the other player. So I think he still has some room to grow with his football IQ, his finishing skills. But this is a fantastic left tackle. And I think Vikings fans are going to be very happy. He's going to be able to reach block well. He's going to be able to scoop. Everything that you want him to do, he's going to be able to do well initially. And he's going to be able to exponentially grow from that.
Yeah, talk to me about the pass
here's
blocking.
The thing I'll say, guys.
I want to hear about the pass blocking. Tell me about it.
Yeah,
pass blocking.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear about anything but the pass blocking. How is that, Ryan? Please.
Here's the thing I'll say is that I was happy with this dude at 14. So that's all you need to say. He's my offensive tackle too. I know you said you want pass blocking, info. He's a great run blocker. And that's what the Vikings care about. That's what the Vikings care about. Now, as a pass blocker, I think he's above average. I think he's got some technique work he needs to do. Again, like Tyler said, he's a little bit overconfident sometimes in his sets, so he needs to be able to adjust faster in game. But I think that he's got the ability to do so, and with proper coaching, which it's yet to be seen if we have that here in Minnesota. With proper coaching, I think he can be, again, an all-time tackle, or not all-time tackle, but, he's got the ability to reach very good heights. Trent Williams, I'm not going to give him that height because that's my Oklahoma dude, and he ain't reaching Trent Williams' height. But, he'll be, right up there, though. He'll be right up there. He's going to be a great player for us. I'm super excited, and I'm also really excited to watch Pittsburgh's pick, which is in, and I think it's my boy Creed Humphrey.
All right. With that, Ryan, I got to make room for Myles.
We bid you good day. And it's time for Myles to come on in. Ryan, thank you for holding it down, sir.
Hours of coverage from Ryan. Thank you, sir.
Ryan, you're the man.
Appreciate it. Peace out.
You're rock, buddy.
And now we got Double Dave.
Yeah,
Double Dave, everybody.
Fix it.
We got to.
Dave
is paused. Smiling
There we
Dave.
go.
Smiling freeze frame Dave.
And there
No,
we
need
go,
more Dave.
Miles.
Hey, y'all in the
Where
comments,
the hell
yay,
Miles go? Miles.
get on that Twitter. Start telling the people they're about to get in the huddle live draft reaction.
There
Isaiah's
he
been
is.
put to bed. Teddy's out in the back, and Myles Gorham is on the podcast.
What up, Miles?
Actually, Teddy's here in Denver. Ha!
We got the thinking man, Myles Gorham, over here. Can he hear us? Oh, there he is.
AirPods
Now
in.
he can. He puts in his headphones.
Oh boy!
Yeah, Miles
I
was
was
just
sitting
sitting
there. I was
there
sitting there for 10 minutes. I'm not about to
striking a
sit there with-
pose.
can't hear.
Miles was all.
Hey, you weren't showing
couldn't-
up.
I was here.
You were there, but you weren't showing up in my green room.
All right, Miles, talk to me. You're here.
Yeah, what up? Yeah,
Darisaw is the pick. Tyler's happy. Ryan's happy. Flip might be a little upset it wasn't Bateman, but he seems happy. Dave, we know it's we got an offensive lineman, so we know Dave's good. Where are you at with it? How you feeling?
Well, besides the Justin Fields news, I'm good with it. Now, my only disappointment was the fact that it sounds like the Vikings really had interest in going up and getting Fields, and they couldn't get something done. Fine. I'm not gonna get too upset over something that didn't happen or didn't. We don't know for sure about. We don't know what the details were, but no, I think the way Rick handled this was perfect. I mean, I think if Rashawn Slater was there at 14, they would have stayed at 14 and taken him. But I think this isn't. I think if they can't get the offensive lineman that they wanted at 14, this is the next best scenario. Because I think everybody here would have been just fine with taking Darisaw at 14. Maybe Flip wouldn't have been, but I think for the most part, I think everybody would have been happy with taking Darisaw at 14. I think the value, but being able to pick up 2/3 and still get that guy that was probably right below Slater for them. What happened?
Sorry, I apologize. Najee Harris just went to the Steelers.
Oh, it's the best kept secret. We knew that was happening. That's not surprising.
I know.
Told
but-
you.
By the way, they got to fix that run game.
Right?
Boom!
No, they need to fit.
No, get
they're
this
gonna
guy out
fix-
here. I don't care about any of these picks. Let's talk Vikings football.
Yeah.
Fixing
Get this out
yeah.
of here.
So, anyways, no. So, what I loved about this whole scenario, so I do wonder if they would have taken a Phillips or a Pay if they were there at 23. They weren't, so they didn't have a choice. I think those are the only two options they would have taken to potentially take edge. But to grab a pure left tackle and Christian Darisaw, it tells you what their plan is. At least my assumption is that Darisaw is your day one left tackle. Cleveland stays at right guard. Brian O'Neill gets to stay at right tackle, and everybody's happy in that scenario. But now it also tells me that they're going to be aggressive tomorrow to go get that edge rusher. I think they're going to, if a Peyton Turner is available early to mid-second round, who's the other guy? Basham from Wake Forest, a couple of those guys. But I really like the Darisaw pick. I think I like that he's a little bit bigger too. He's not like the really thin, really small offensive tackle, offensive lineman in general that the Vikings have been going after. He's about 6'5", 320 pounds, 324 pounds, whatever it was. So I like that he's got a little bit more size to him. So you don't expect as much of that bull rush, and some of that strength is there too for him. So I'm excited about that. He fits the arm length. He's got 34-inch arms. I know that's always a big thing for people. So really good value. I'm outside of the not being able to grab Slater or even Fields at 14. I'm happy with how this turned out.
Good.
Awesome. Flip. I know you're generally not here for digging deep into the film grinding and all that, but overall, how you feeling about how the Vikings handled the first round in terms of the way they maneuvered things, the player they picked up, the ammo they have for later? How you feeling about this? How you feeling about what comes next? And are we all now pretty certain that with them going offense first, that the next couple picks are going to be Zim picks? Or do you think that, this might be the year that Spielman just says, screw it, we're loading up. We're going to try to do this thing, all on offense?
Yeah, well, I think you can tell they're listening to the board, and we've got some background music. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but you just think about all the things that we wanted for Minnesota coming in to today.
Tyler, is that your TV?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because I just muted it and it went away.
We wanted. I mean, if you were smart enough to never believe the quarterback hype around the Minnesota Vikings, then what you wanted was you wanted to address offensive line. You were hoping for a trade back, and you were hoping just for, them to address offense in general. So number one, the trade back, extremely well executed. They read the board. They trade back. They've got 2 additional third-round picks. Number two, they filled the biggest need on the team, and they did it at good value. Christian Darrisaw at 23 definitely is not a reach. I think Dane Brugler had him as a top 16 prospect. PFF had him as a top 18 prospect. And then number 3, he fits the zone scheme that the Minnesota Vikings want to run with Klint Kubiak. So all those 3 things, it lines up exactly with what Minnesota likes to do. Trader Rick won. Klint Kubiak won. Now, Mike Zimmer, we'll talk about him, but I honestly think that they're going to continue to read the board with the extra ammo they've got. And again, the scheme fit is just phenomenal here. It sucks because some people they don't want to hear about that run blocking. They see that
some people
that passive finishing. But for what the Vikings are trying to do, this is the right pick for that strategy.
All right. Raymond just asked a question. We're going to address it super quick and then move on because, those things are things that didn't happen. And, Darrisaw's on the team. He feels a need. But the reason that folks were interested in the Vikings getting a quarterback of the future versus getting an offensive tackle is that draft picks are for the future. And right now, Kirk Cousins has the Vikings over a barrel if you're looking ahead. If you're looking beyond just the next season, Kirk has the Vikings in a terrible position based on what happens with his cap hit. The Vikings have 0 leverage. And if Kirk wants to leave, he can just bounce. The Vikings have nothing that they can do about that. No backup plan, no nothing, right? So the reason that fans are excited about another quarterback is that it sets the team up with options at the most important position in football. So, and the other part of that is that most offensive tackles that you draft anywhere in the draft aren't coming in year 1 and performing at a super high level. They perform well against kids, and then they come in, and most offensive tackles are going to have an adjustment period coming in because they're playing against grown-ass men who are professionals in year 1. It takes a little while, and so it is a pick for the future. It's a great pick for the team, but when you're comparing the upside of what a Fields could do for your team if he hits in the long run versus what a Darrisaw can do for your team in the long run, Fields gives your team a higher ceiling, which is why folks were clamoring for that. In the short term, if you hope that Darrisaw is one of those exceptional players who can come in and be phenomenal or above average in year 1, then he increases the team's ceiling a bit, where we go from being a team that misses the playoffs to a team that can get into the playoffs. He certainly doesn't just take us as one player from a team that misses the playoffs to a Super Bowl contender. So that is the argument in a nutshell. But we don't need to get into all that. We got a player that fills a need that is a very good player that we want. Raymond, just be happy. You got the player you want. We don't need to fight about it. We're all excited. We're all on the same team. Everyone here is now Team Darrisaw. But that is the argument. Did I get that right, guys? You can tell me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
I think you're right, Jayson.
They were never gonna draft quarterback. It was not gonna happen unless it fell in their lap, and it was never gonna fall all the way to 14. So what are we even talking about here?
So to that point, Flip, I think they were trying to trade up, but I don't think what they weren't gonna do was give a future first to do it.
Right.
That's clear.
Right. Yeah.
If they were willing to give up a future first, Justin Fields would be a Minnesota Viking right now. And I understand the frustration from fans where they're like, wait, I think that's worth it. But at the same time, Rick Spielman and co are like, well, I might not be here. So there's a part. So I get.
I don't even think it's that. I think they see Kirk Cousins as their quarterback for the next 5 years. Honestly, that's what this is about.
No.
That's a little much for me, Flip. There's no way they know that. There's no way they know that.
No, but that is their plan. I'm not saying they know it, but that is their plan. Their plan is to build around Kirk Cousins until they have a good option to go another direction, and that's just what it is.
That's not 5 years down the road.
I mean, would any of us be surprised by a Kirk Cousins 2023 extension? Would any of us?
No,
be surprised?
I'm not saying I'd be surprised by it. I'm saying we don't know that right now because Kirk could.
And we also have no negotiating leverage.
Exactly. And Kirk could just walk. Kirk could say, "All right, I'm out, y'all. I have my time in Minnesota. I'm gonna go to the next highest bidder." And because the Vikings, the only leverage the Vikings have is to say no to like $45 million a year. Did Travis Etienne just go to the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Jags took a running back.
This was something that was kind of rumored early in the process.
Some people won money on that one.
I love Etienne, but they had a value at James Robinson. I don't know why they're doing there.
He doesn't fit anything of what Urban Meyer wants to do, but I still
get this guy off the stream. We're still talking Vikings football.
Then trade him. I think they just trade James Robinson. Like for real, I'm dead ass. Trade him.
That sound that you heard is everyone who was led to the fantasy playoffs by James Robinson last year crying that they didn't trade him immediately after the season. That's what you just heard. That loud noise you heard was all the people who thought James Robinson was going to be an RB1 this year. And, well. But Flip, bring us back. Bring us back. No fantasy football. No running backs being drafted in the first. Flip, talk to me about what you want to talk about.
Just like, at what point did you honestly think that the Vikings were going to blow things up? They have started from day one of free agency saying, fix the defense, build around Kirk Cousins. They have started from day one of free agency saying, we don't think there's going to be a big drop-off between Gary Kubiak and Clint Kubiak, and we think our offense is top 10. So if you believe in that, then the Vikings have fixed their defense. They've added a ton of talent to that side of the ball, and now they have bookend tackles for the next 5 years. Kirk Cousins or a different quarterback, they have bookend tackles. They have Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Dalvin Cook, Irv Smith Jr. This is lockstep with the Vikings plan. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm not saying it's my preferred strategy, but like, let's be honest. They were never realistically going to take a quarterback.
Trying to trade up are what? Maybe the Vikings brass trying to get themselves some goodwill. You think that's a PR campaign? Like, all the reports that came out saying the Vikings were trying to move up to take a quarterback, or that the Vikings have been looking at quarterbacks. Do you think that was all, even tonight as the draft was happening, not the smoke screens before, but during the draft, people that we trust, Vikings insiders, saying that they were trying to get up and they just weren't willing to pay more than Chicago? You think that was all for naught?
Smoke. The last week of the draft. This happens every year. It's smoke. It's the same reason why I was like, why are we starting the draft 30 minutes before the draft actually starts? Because all the first 5 picks take like 25 minutes to happen. It's all smoke. The draft moves slow. Let's get to a place where we understand all these things are happening. That's all I'm saying.
Chris Tomlinson confirms the Vikings were trying to trade up from 14.
But for who?
They said
Slater or
wouldn't
Fields?
say who they were looking at when they considered trading up.
Sure,
of course he wouldn't.
Oh,
it was Brad. He was moving up for Creed, and somebody took the phone away from him.
Moving up for Quiddy Pay.
Raymond, I hope you're right. I hope it does work. I think we all hope it works. We all want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl. But I was just explaining the other side of the argument because you asked us to.
I mean, honestly, go ahead, Myles. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, if we want to keep going on the QB road, but I was more thinking of I'm kind of surprised the Vikings kind of got lucky with getting Darius out at 23, to be honest, because they had the Colts right in front of them at 21, and the Colts didn't go offensive line. So that one, real quick on that one just surprised me. The Vikings kind of got lucky in that. I'd be curious what their plan would have been had Darius gone to the Colts.
Oh, Fred.
Yeah.
Better be lucky than good. See, Freddie Hall is bringing the heat for us here, letting us know that Darrisaw, Power 5, top-ranked pass blocker, didn't give up any sacks, any hurries. That's the stuff we want to hear about right there. We don't care about reach blocks and zone schemes. We want to know if he can protect Kirk Cousins.
This is the pick.
He's not here for it.
It's a good pick.
Stephen B, hold up. Stephen, you've been talking about us picking an offensive lineman in the first round for the last 3 years, and they pick one of the best rated ones, and you mad about it? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Help me out, Stephen. Help me understand. You've been talking for years about them getting the top rated tackle. They get one, and now you're mad? Why are you so mad, Stephen?
And go look at the offensive line right now. Four of the 5 picks were first or second round picks.
They're listening to you, Stephen. Be happy.
Tyler, talk to us.
I've got him on
mute. We can't hear you.
Hold on.
Nope, you're on mute.
Your TV's too loud.
Turn the TV off.
All right. So I love Steven. Steven's a really good personal friend of mine. Steven, it's okay that Spielman didn't take the guy you wanted. It's okay.
Damn.
I think Darrisaw is a better player and a better value position-wise than AVT. And it's okay to think otherwise. But I'll say this.
Rather have Darrisaw at 23 and 2 extra thirds than AVT at 14. 100%.
Yes.
Oh, dang.
I love Greg Newsom.
Absolutely. Greg Newsom went to Cleveland. Oh, that's a great pick. I'll say this. Darrisaw at left tackle for the Minnesota Vikings is a fantastic pick. If you want to put him at right tackle and have O'Neal at left tackle, it's still a fantastic pick. I think Darrisaw is going to give you the pass blocking acumen that you so desperately need. He's thick. He's able to move. And I honestly, because of what the testing numbers have shown us recently, I don't think Darrisaw would have tested that well, but I think it would have tested really well. And I think it kind of bucks the trend a little bit of just taking these incredible hyper athletes, and we're taking guys who are just good football players. And Darrisaw, to me, was the second offensive lineman on my board, and we got him at 23, and we got 2 third-round picks for a 4th-round pick. And here's the best part. We saved money on the cap by doing so. Like, this is a humongous win for Minnesota. We should be celebrating. Losing out on Justin Fields is frustrating, but it's awesome to get Darrisaw.
Did Darrisaw play right tackle at Virginia Tech? Do you know at all?
He played 1 year in 2018, and then he moved to the left side for 2019, 2020.
Okay.
Darrisaw's numbers are he's 6'5", 322 pounds.
Yep.
Of pure man meat.
Yes.
That screams left. So real quick on that too. That screams left tackle. That screams left tackle to me, because one thing we know the Vikings prioritize the left side of the line, the left tackle more than the right tackle, and that's not an insult or anything against Brian O'Neill, but I think what we know, they don't want that left tackle position to be a liability, and that bull rush and those types of scenarios, they don't want that from their left tackle. So I'd be convinced, I haven't seen Rick's press or anything, but I'd be surprised if he's not the left tackle.
Yeah, I apologize. I was wrong. He's played 100% of his college snaps at left tackle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the reason they prioritize the left is because our quarterback's a right-hander, and he guards the blind side.
And he doesn't feel pressure.
Exactly. Which is one of the issues. Why, if we could have gotten Fields, it would have been hope.
Yeah, and I mean, look, now, if you really want to be critical about the Minnesota Vikings right now, there's 2 main things that we have to be worried about after Thursday night. The first one is, like, we still need a guard. We're still showing Mason Cole versus Dakota Dozier at guard, even after you add Christian Darrisaw. That's the first thing. The second thing is we got to look at what our division rivals are doing. And 2 of our division rivals have added top 5 NFL prospects, depending on who you talk to. So I love this pick. I love what the Vikings are doing. It's going to be a very interesting 2021 season in the NFC North, especially if Aaron Rodgers is in the division, he's going to be there, but it'll still be interesting in the NFC North.
He's saying
really
he's
at this point, one of the things
traded.
I would say is, as much as I know, okay, we got the tackle, and tackles, I believe, yes, get your tackles in round one. They're a premium position. Get them early. I kind of would rather see the Vikings, if like for the player that we expect to see on the field next season, I'd rather them find that in free agency. Just find a dude, draft somebody, but I'd like to draft someone and not have to rely on that person coming into play, because it's a steep learning curve to expect any trench player to come in right away. But like we've already seen what tends to happen with the type of players the Vikings like in the interior, coming in and having to play early before they've had a chance to get in like an NFL, proper weight room, strength and conditioning program. Just find me a veteran who's just okay, who's just not the worst in the league, as Myles would say. And I feel like we'll be all right, And then just draft like a high upside dude that hopefully in a couple seasons is ready to step in. But like not this year. Please, like let's not rely on that mid-round interior lineman to do anything for us but learn this season. Because
so I guess Myles, I would ask you, like, how do we even go that route? We've got 4 picks tomorrow. We still have offensive guard, but Jason's still saying he wants to sign a guy, not draft a guy. So are the Vikings going defense with their next pick? Are they going receiver, or do you think they continue to plug the offensive line?
Receiver. This team doesn't care about that third receiver.
That's what BB's for.
I think the next
they
pick
need to draft Elijah Moore just to make Tyler mad.
I
wouldn't
Tyler
be
would
mad
love that.
about it.
I was gonna say I think Tyler would love that.
I like Elijah Moore. I just like Tony more than him.
For real. I think they're gonna attack an edge rusher if someone falls tomorrow.
Ooh.
What are these noises?
Hold on! Don't say it! Don't say it! I haven't seen it. It's about to come up.
I don't even have Twitter popping up.
Don't tell me.
I don't even have Twitter open right now.
Don't tell me.
Dave,
don't
you got that waiting for the pick music? You got the
dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
I'll take my. Okay.
That was Flip's music.
Hey, somebody tell Roger Goodell hurry his ass.
My track runs way longer than
Myles,
that.
no one's gonna tell you that everyone in Minnesota's favorite player's fantasy value for next year is gone in the tank. Is basically what that's all about.
Here's Elijah Moore.
Thanks, Steven.
Well,
really?
Oh, that hurts.
Man, Bateman, I don't like this at all.
Green Bay really about to get my guy.
For the type of receiver that Baltimore needs, I can't believe it's not Rashad Bateman.
Why? So here's my question: Why?
You're not gonna like Elijah Moore no matter where he goes.
The timeline is saying that Bateman went to the Ravens.
Hey, you know why?
It's Rashad Bateman. What did you say, Steven? Oh yeah,
it's Bateman.
Yeah.
Let's go,
okay,
Bateman.
This is a great pick. Bateman's more of an X type than Moore, and they need more of that guy than they need a slot guy.
I actually like that trio with Sammy Watkins as the third guy. I do. I think Sammy Watkins as the third guy in that offense with Mark Andrews too. By the way.
Now I'll say this: I think Elijah Moore would have been a great fit regardless, but I think Rashad Bateman's a better fit, and it fills a bigger need.
The Ravens got better receivers than we do.
Whew. I mean, it's true.
They got better depth,
top to bottom.
Trio. Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing that matters.
No, it gets busted up in percentage.
Bateman did not go to Green Bay.
Pass targets.
Elijah Moore is about to go to Green Bay, huh?
Hey, Tyler, who's sliding out of the first round here? Because
Peyton Turner.
We're getting pretty late. Who's sliding out that you like? That you
Peyton
thought was
Turner.
going to go in the first round?
Okay, let's take a look at my big board of guys that are still available that aren't off the board. My number 12 player, Creed Humphrey, is still on the board, center out of Oklahoma. My number 16 player, Tevin Jenkins, offensive tackle, Oklahoma State.
I can't believe
18,
Tevin Jenkins is still available, by the way.
I'm really surprised. I wonder if there's something that we don't know that the NFL does medical-wise.
Must be.
My number 18 player, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Notre Dame linebacker safety hybrid. I thought he might fall because it's weird to find a home for a type of player like that. 21, Javonte Williams, running back, North Carolina. 23, tackle, Samuel Cosme, Texas. 25, Landon Dickerson, interior offensive lineman, Alabama. I thought he might fall.
Damn it, Ryan.
Honestly, there's the biggest one to me that's still on the board is Tevin Jenkins. I know I'm higher on Creed Humphrey than a lot of people, but he also had 4 years of excellent film. And
I'm with you on Tevin Jenkins, by the way.
Tevin Jenkins and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I think, are the biggest surprises. But even Owusu-Koramoah, as I said, sliding's not abnormal here, just because of the fact that he plays a hybrid position, and sometimes it's hard to slot those guys.
And with Tevin Jenkins, Tyler, I wonder if the Ravens could snag him at 31.
Oh, if the Ravens snag him at 31.
Now that they moved on from Orlando Brown, that could be a move right there. I mean, they might go defense, but I think that'd be a good pick.
So Tyler, with Zimmer saying it was important for them to get more size on the offensive line,
I was just about ready to post that tweet.
Yeah. Zimmer says it was important for them to get bigger, which could potentially, signal that maybe we're switching some things up. We want some guys who are a little bit, tougher to move in the trenches. Are there any interior players that maybe you initially weren't thinking of for Minnesota that you're thinking of now?
I think the first couple that you think of, Creed Humphrey, the center out of Oklahoma. I know we talked about that, and I know Ryan's just going to have an orgasm while he's listening to this. But Creed Humphrey is 6'5", 325, and he's incredibly athletic, so he's going to fit everything that the Vikings want, more size, and they're going to be able to keep that athleticism. Quinn Miners, University of Wisconsin Whitewater kid, he is fantastic, but he's got a little bit of work to do. Everything that you saw on tape with him just obliterating people at the D3 level, he was able to then match at the Senior Bowl against better competition. So to me, that kind of showed that he could be a really good player, but he's kind of more of a project. You want to give him a year of more of like a rotational guy so you can build him up and really get him there. Plus the aesthetic of the fact that he's got that belly shirt is just a chef's kiss. One guy I like, if you're just talking about size, he doesn't fit the scheme perfectly, but he is one of my favorite players, and that is David Moore, the offensive guard out of Grambling State. He's probably going to be available in round 4, and he just bullies people. He's 6'1.5", 335. He played at 350, but he slimmed down 15 pounds for the process, and he looks fantastic. In Mobile, he was able to bully people. He uses his height to his advantage and really gets underneath defensive linemen's pads and stands them up. And against Louisiana Tech's Milton Williams, who's probably going to go in round 2 or round 3 because of his hyper athleticism, he was able to judo throw him all across the field. And his film was one of the most fun watches I had all year. And I think that if you're talking about just getting size on the offensive line, that's a guy that you want to look at because he's only going to cost a 4th round pick. If it doesn't work, it's a 4th round pick. Does it sink? Sure, but it's a good risk.
Who do we not want to go to Green Bay?
Who do we not want to go to Green Bay? Somebody really, really good. Tevin Jenkins, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I think
I'll be
gotta
honest,
be worried about receiver.
I don't think that they're going to take Elijah Moore because he fits literally none of their profiles. So I don't think you have to worry about that.
Take a wide receiver.
If they were
smart, they would figure out a way to grab a receiver.
I'm just saying, you got to worry about coverage.
If they were smart, they would take a receiver here. My top 5 receivers are all off the board. My 6 through 10 are Rondale Moore, Dwayne Eskridge, Tylan Wallace, Terrace Marshall, and Elijah Moore. I would say of those guys, I think actually could go round one. Probably Elijah Moore and Terrace Marshall are the most likely. Rondale has the biggest question marks, especially because of his size and the injury history. Eskridge is going to be 24 years old at the start of the season. I don't see him going round one, and Wallace is too much of a outlier athletically, I believe, to go in the first round. I think if they got Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa or Tevin Jenkins, it's a worst case scenario for the Vikings.
Hey, there's your guy too, by the way, Tyler.
I just want y'all to know that when the Vikings did not select my boy,
Green Bay.
I just want y'all to know that I didn't go pouty for an hour and a half like some other people in the Climb the Pocket weapon. I just want to say because I got my Darisaw. That's the pick before Peyton Turner.
No. Look, I am absolutely ecstatic for Peyton Turner going in round one, but it pains me that I'm going to have to cheer for him on the damn New Orleans Saints.
He's not.
No, he went to the Packers.
No,
he didn't. No, the Packers are on the clock.
Peyton Turner went to the
Saints. Okay.
Peyton Turner went to the Saints.
I was worried that he went to the Packers.
Peyton Turner is.
What's he going to do against Darisaw?
I think Peyton Turner could be.
Yeah, Freddie Hall. Tell him. Because Freddie knows. Freddie might be Darisaw's agent.
Why is Aaron Rodgers still on the Packers? What happened? Who got me hyped about this? He's not
Adam Schefter got you hyped about this. So don't start blaming anybody here. Adam Schefter got you hyped about that.
You're right. You're right.
No, it was Trey Wingo that said Aaron wanted to trade or he's not playing. So hopefully he doesn't show up.
Smoke. It's smoke.
They're gonna give that man all his money.
A week before the draft.
Tell me why Michael Clay feels like he is throwing shade at the Vikings. He said the Vikings have now selected an offensive lineman in round 1 or 2 in each of the past 4 drafts, and we still have a trash-ass offensive line.
That's bad.
Who is that? Who's hurtful. Mike Clay?
I used to be the fantasy guy at PFF.
What does he know about O-line? He fantasy football. Do they get points now?
He didn't say anything but spit facts.
Oh, we lost the boss man.
We lost Jayson. What happened? There he is.
He's back.
I'm back.
He's back. All right. Well, we'll see what the Packers do, but honestly, I'm just more focused.
Oh shit!
Oh, they did it. They're doing it. This is great.
Wait, what?
Oh. They said, "Hey, Aaron."
Yes, they did.
They said, "Hey, Aaron, fuck you."
I don't even have him in Tyler's top whatever.
They said, "Hey, Aaron, we don't give a fuck what you want."
Wait, is it really Eric Stokes?
They took Eric Stokes.
Yeah.
Who is Eric Stokes?
I will preface this. I didn't get a chance to full watch Eric Stokes, but a lot of people had him projected at the back end of round 1. He's kind of a
he could be great.
5'11".
He could be yeah.
He plays.
I don't
defense.
understand why. Considering what they like in their corners, I'm really surprised it's Eric Stokes and not like a guy like Tyson Campbell or Ifeatu Melifonwu with kind of a bigger style corner, because Eric Stokes isn't super big. I think he can be really good, but I'm surprised that it's the pick here.
All right, but let's break it down. Like, where did this guy go to school?
Georgia.
Georgia.
What's his deal?
He's not a wide receiver.
I don't know a whole lot about him. He's a good quarterback.
That's what's funny to me. I just think it's funny that the Packers are still like, "Hey, Aaron, we don't care what you think."
He's number 8 on Thor Nystrom's corner board. That's what I can tell you.
Hey, that's just karma, bro. When Justin Fields and Penei Sewell come into the division, that whole, we had to get a little give back from Green Bay. So thank goodness we have at least one prospect that is not going to be certainly an absolute stud. So, but we still got some work to do, man. I'm looking at the trade value chart. If the Vikings trade their next 2 picks, they can get up to pick 50 in the second round. I would do that in a heartbeat. Because
if they trade 66 and 80, what is it, 86?
To get
I think it's 66 and 78.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then they can get up to 50. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would even throw like a future 3rd rounder in there, whatever we can do to get back up to either address that interior offensive line or get your boy Elijah Moore. It's a good start to the draft.
Someone was saying, I haven't seen the video from Zim or Rick yet, but that Zim was talking about that they were looking at wide receivers at 23. So here's something I did hear. I did hear the Vikings did a lot of homework on Rashad Bateman. Obviously, he's local, so it's a little easier for them to do. But I did hear that they liked and did a lot of homework on Rashad Bateman. So at 23. I wonder if that could have been the potential pick if Darrisaw had been gone. Just because I know him similar to Justin Jefferson, there's a lot of similarities to their game. So I wouldn't have been surprised if that was something they considered. Just something I had heard that they did homework on Bateman.
Yeah. So, Myles, do you think interior offensive line or edge, what's the bigger need for Minnesota right now after making the Christian Darrisaw pick?
What do I think, or what do I think they think?
No, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking to them. Okay. What do you think?
I think it depends on who's available. I really do. Like, I think if they're still the top, like guys like Dylan Radins, who's got the book on some of the guys that's left, the interior guys. Radins and
Radins was a tackle.
Tyler, you got the book?
Humphreys. Yeah, but I think he could be a left guard.
Radins absolutely could be a left guard. Here, let me kind of run down what I've got for you on the interior offensive line left. Landon Dickerson is my highest rated interior offensive lineman. He is not a fit. Creed Humphrey, Creed Humphrey's higher. He is a fit. Trey Smith, 6'6", 330, but he moves really well both laterally and vertically. Wyatt Davis, Wyatt Davis, I don't like very much. Quinn Miners, the Wisconsin Whitewater kid, I do like a lot. I like more than most people. David Moore, who I talked about. Kendrick Green, the Illinois interior offensive lineman, I think is a guy that you need to watch for in round 3. He's got center versatility. He plays with a mean streak. He's got every ounce of athleticism the Vikings target. And he doesn't play weak. And I think that's the biggest thing. He plays strong. He plays stout.
Yeah, so right. I think out of those names for me, if they were to get up into the round, like let's say like pick 50, Radins or I don't think you should trade up for a Trey Smith. That's just my personal opinion. I like Trey Smith, but I wouldn't trade up from 66 to do it. But I think Trey Smith, like if we're talking about bucking some of the trends, you put him next to Darrisaw at left guard, and you have a pretty good left side of the offensive line, I think, and he could compete with Mason Cole, and I think that could be a solid move.
Okay.
I'll say this: when you're taking a look at the board, I think you need to prioritize edge first before interior offensive line. Just kind of what you're looking at as far as depth. I think when you're taking a look at what edge rushers the Vikings would generally like, it's going to become more slim pickings. You've got Pay Phillips and Peyton Turner off the board. Peyton Turner was the guy I had targeted as a round 2 jump up, and obviously he snuck up into round 1, which he's my favorite player. Good for him. I am excited. But Jason Owe, the redshirt sophomore out of Penn State, who everybody's comping to Daniil Hunter, that's the guy the Vikings I expect to target because he tested athletically almost identical or better than him. And then instead of running like a 4.5 something 40, he ran a 4.36. Like Jason Owe has every ounce of athleticism that you would want. And I think Andre Patterson will drool when he sees him. I think that's the guy you need to prioritize on day 2. because if you don't get him, you're talking Joe Tryon, who has some of the similar things, but it's not the athlete that Jason Owe is. Owe's not going to help you as much year one as you'd like, but he is a guy that if you were able to keep Daniil Hunter for a long time, that could be an absolutely devastating duo for the next decade. And that's something that
and Owe spells his name the correct way, which is really how you know he's going to pan out in the long run. So that's the pick. I mean, that's the analysis.
All I know is
measurable speed. He spells his name the right way, so he's going to be an ascendant player.
Yes, as long as they don't take Gregory Rousseau in the top 2.5 rounds. That's the big.
That was going to be the Tyler. That was going to be the name I was going to mention as someone that like I know some of the like 3-cone and vert weren't very good, but other than that, everything else in terms of testing wise was solid. I wouldn't be surprised if they liked him. We know that Rick was down at his pro day, at Miami's pro day, and I know that they like Phillips, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rousseau was another guy that they liked.
Okay. Rousseau he opted out and he flunked the pro day. Like Rousseau on film won based on effort, and he most of his pressures, like over 50% of them were either from effort where it was like a coverage pressure or
never
block.
mind. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
I was about to say, like, I'm looking for guys who are I'm just talking about positional. I'm not talking about people here, because it's all going to change by the time the Vikings are up.
No, I'm saying Rousseau doesn't matter because he just got picked by the Bills.
Yeah, the Bills.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like our next pick is 66. So you can talk all the crap you want about Rousseau. If he was there at 66, you would take him all day. I'm with you on that.
Flip, if it's 66, I'm okay with that value. But
I'm talking about position. Flip, what's the bigger need?
Flip, can I get your thoughts on the quote that Urban Meyer says that J-Rob, Carlos Hyde, he sees them as their 1-2 punch, and they drafted Etienne to be their third down back.
I hate Urban Meyer, man.
Did that cat really say that?
Yes. This is the quote. I need a reaction.
Smoke. I've been telling y'all draft week is all about the smoke. The smoke. Yo, if the guy wants to run 3 deep at running back, it's the modern era of the NFL. Who's gonna stop? I don't know what the
didn't
hell
they give Jamal Agnew
on there?
some coin too?
I don't know.
Didn't they gave Jamal Agnew the returner? They gave him some coin too.
Maybe they're gonna switch it up. They're gonna hit us with the wing T.
I'm telling it's got to be receiver. It's got to be receiver second round. It's got to be receiver second round. As far as
I'm down.
Nothing I heard. I know you guys are great. Tons of expertise, advice. None of the things you just said about edge or interior offensive line move me off of receiver. Trade up, get what you can. 50 or 100%. Higher. It's look. You're once you get into round into round 3, you're not plugging holes anymore. You're throwing darts. So I'm not here for like. Don't even try to tell me that some second round interior offensive lineman is going to see the field in 2021. I'm not here for it.
Yeah, I don't see them doubling up at O-line with back-to-back picks. I just don't. Unless it was like a Dylan Radins or someone like that fell. I just don't see it.
I got Street Profits coming at me. I don't know. It must be late your time. You're talking about Street Pop. I got 3 hours before I go to bed.
Flip about to be in these streets.
hey, Darasaw. Hey, it's a boring ass pick.
NBC.
I mean, Steven, you can get any player in rounds 3 and 4. It's just the likelihood of that player being good decreases the further you go. So why not get the premium players at the premium positions earlier, especially if you want them to play early. Let's get them early.
Look,
Zimmer got enough. Let's just keep going on this offense.
Hey, you know what? Now that since we're talking about receivers, let's talk about who could be available round 2. Because I think that's a position, obviously with the work they did on Rashad Bateman, it's something that you really need to consider. We already kind of mentioned them. My top 5 remaining: Rondale Moore, Dwayne Eskridge, Tylan Wallace, Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore. Then you have Diami Brown, Trevon Grimes. You have Nico Collins, Amari Rogers, Anthony Schwartz, the guy who has Olympic-level speed. Like, there is a lot of different variety for the receivers that you can get on day 2. And what's nice about the Vikings receiver room right now with Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson, you can take whoever you want and they can fit, because those two are so diverse in how they play and how they can win. They can win on the outside. They can win on the inside. X, Y, Z. It doesn't matter. Take the best receiver, plug them in, and then you can just thrive from there. And it might be better to take a true X, let Justin Jefferson play as the Y, slide Adam Thielen into the slot because he's getting a little bit older, kind of like Larry Fitzgerald, and you can really be successful.
And they'd use the wide receiver 3 more if it wasn't Chad Beebe, Steven.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. To your point, Tyler, there are some good names available. There are still, like, heading into day 2. I think we'll see what these last 2 picks look like. I don't think the Ravens are taking another wide receiver, but who knows what Tampa will do. Tampa's the wild card. No one, I think they could go edge rusher, but who knows? But there should be some options.
Let me throw this out there. If
Antonio
Tevin Jenkins makes it to round 2, I think the Vikings need to be making some calls. And I think they need to be trying to trade up to get Tevin Jenkins because the value is just incredible.
But can he play guard, Tyler?
Yes, he absolutely can play guard.
I'm just playing.
We got to get Clint Kubiak a little more to work with, because I mean, I think a lot of fans have just talked about 2021, the year where Mike Zimmer gets his defense back, or 2021, Kirk's last stand. 2021, to me, what the narrative we're going to be telling ourselves at the end of 2021 is we are going to have an understanding of who Clint Kubiak is as a coordinator and how good he is, what he likes to run, what he doesn't like to run, how he makes the most out of Kirk Cousins, how he uses Dalvin Cook, how he uses his receivers, the motions he uses. Does he use more motion? Does he use different formations than his father used? 2021, the story of the Minnesota Vikings in 2021 is going to be Clint Kubiak and who he is and what he can do with the talent around him. So once we start to understand that narrative, once we stop thinking about the defense, once we stop thinking about Kirk Cousins, we need to understand that the biggest unknown is Clint Kubiak. And I think that's a great thing because he could be great, but I just don't think we're moving the conversation far away from Clint. He is the story of 2021.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting things with Clint Kubiak is how many different offenses that he has worked with. Not only has he worked with his dad, he's worked in more vertical concepts. What is Clint Kubiak going to run? What does he want to do? Does he want to do more of a Sean McVay style zone offense where it's more of 11 personnel? Does he want to run what his dad and Kevin Stefanski run the last 2 years? Like, there's a really intrigue of what Clint Kubiak's going to bring to this team, and I'm really excited to kind of see how that evolves, especially throughout this weekend. Like, is that third wide receiver finally going to be a priority? Because if they're going to run 11 personnel a lot, that receiver needs to come tomorrow, and we need to figure out who that guy is. Is it Tevin Jenkins, Dave?
No.
Or
ooh. Oh. Okay, let's go.
Ravens take Jayson away.
Is that a defensive player? What is he? Why is he wearing 28?
He's like defensive end. That's like what the issue is.
Adrian Peterson out there.
Flip. He was the guy who was talking about Danielle Hunter athleticism, but better. Like, this is the guy I wanted the Vikings to target on day 2 tomorrow, because when you look at like the comparisons, the height, the weight, the agility are all incredibly comparable. And then when you talk speed, Oweh beat Danielle Hunter's 40 by like 0.2 of a second. He ran a 4.36 as a defensive end at 6'5", 255. The guy's an absolute athletic freak. And going to Baltimore, that's an incredible pick by Baltimore. But what it leaves with the Minnesota Vikings, edge rushers it's hurting a little bit. Like, there isn't a guy that really fits the profile. Like, Stan, you're right.
Oh, well, Zim will have to figure it out without A-listers at every position.
But seriously, no sweat off my back.
But he's an offensive genius, so I feel like we'll be okay.
I do want to thank all the commenters, all the fans, everyone who spent day one of the 2021 NFL draft with us. It's been an amazing experience, and y'all make it happen. We're nothing without y'all in the comments, so we hope you chime in tomorrow. Come visit. We'll be here all weekend long.
Yes,
all weekend. Yes, we will.
Now, on the books
Damon's in Los Angeles. Damon, we got to hang out.
Tomorrow, if you can see that, we have go live at 5:30.
Expand that, David.
With the grand poobah himself.
We don't even need Thursday anymore.
Of Daily Norseman, Mr. Christopher Gates. We have special guest, Mr. Will Ragatz.
Well, you just going to skip over Spencer? Like Spencer
can't
get some love?
Spencer Thompson of Viking Film. I forgot. I missed it. Sorry. Then we have Will Ragatz. Then we have Viking Hot Takes with the one and only Flip Mazzi. And special guest who is substituted before, Luke Braun.
Yes, sir.
And then we have Deshaun Vaughn again. Then we have a TBD CTP show, which means all of us. And we finish up with CTP's finance guru, cap guy, Mr. Ed.
Well, we really trying to have people go to sleep? We going to be talking about the salary cap at 10 o'clock?
No, we're going to get his opinion.
We got 4 picks tomorrow. What?
Ed will be here to tell us the salary cap implications of every single one. Ed, I'm just messing with you. I got love for you. Can't wait to see you bring us home tomorrow. I might have to get sauced up and jump in and slot TBD. We'll see. I don't know. It's a long weekend. We'll figure it out.
It is.
It's a long weekend in Canada?
And the last pick. The last pick is in.
A long weekend. It's Thursday, Friday.
It was Canadian Independence Day? Is that a thing?
No. We just in the house, you know.
My American
Ontario's independence.
This pick was where I initially had Kadarius Toney in my mock draft.
Whoa.
I would not be shocked if it's Elijah Moore.
Joe Tryon is off the board.
Tryon. Oh, that's such a good pick for them.
Them going edges.
That's not what I want to hear.
I think the edges are gone.
Yeah.
By pick 66.
The edges are really depleted now.
There's Basham.
Go sign Melvin Ingram or something in free agency. I don't know.
Oh, yes. Come on.
Kerrigan feels like a Zimmer kind of guy.
Yeah, Kerrigan. Yeah, you know.
No, man.
Yeah, he does
have one weakness. Oh no.
No. I mean, they have cap space, so they can go do it.
Save it.
I think it's okay.
Or Patterson can coach guys up to the next level.
Yeah, save the cap space. Didn't we have some Willikes guy?
Ezekiel is 32 years old. How did that happen?
Some red link.
He came in the league.
We drafted like 9 defensive linemen last year.
I gotta run y'all.
Hey, my favorite tweet of the night was a little shade by CBS.
That's wild.
I mean, I enjoy that.
All right, I'm up. That's
Myles, thanks for
I
joining.
love it.
Peace, y'all.
All right, y'all.
SKOL Vikes. Thank you, Myles.
SKOL Vikes.
Thanks, Myles.
That is it. This was a lot of fun. David, are we done? Is it time to play the
Roll
music?
out.
Or
Well, it is. Yeah, since we have let's go back.
Oh.
At least we have that. We have me on my.
We got Smiling Dave.
Yep. All right.
Keep Smiling Dave up there.
I guess first off, I want to thank everybody that joined us tonight. I think this was a great success, even with the issues of my camera freezing and everything else, the technical issues. Too bad Tanishka couldn't join us. But this was fantastic. Come again tomorrow night, an hour
bring a friend
earlier.
and a drink.
Bring your
friend.
alcohol, because absolutely
Subscribe.
we're all for that. And go Vikings. SKOL!
Play the music.
Tyler,
Play the
great
music.
job, man. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching or listening. As always, if you like, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications. And if you're listening to the podcast, please rate us on your favorite aggregator. SKOL, everybody.